Chapter 65. Feeling the familiar aura of Shi Shuiyun, the two of them fight side by side at this moment, like a pair of immortal couple. In the face of countless enemies, they don't even flinch. Yi Qianyun's heart is touched. No matter what, Shi Shuiyun will choose to stand by his side, never abandon him. Even Sister Xiaolian is far less than Shi Shuiyun's feelings for him. This feeling has surpassed everything. This is the highest realm of staying together in life and death, never abandoning each other. Aunt Yi Qianyun is moved. In the face of so many forces, she will never compromise, but in the face of Yi Qianyun's life, she is willing to give up everything. You are finally willing to come back. You don't want to stay outside anymore. Shi Shuiyun's tone is not as gentle as usual, but full of majesty, murderous intent. Yi Qianyun is instantly embarrassed. He knows that Shi Shuiyun is angry. She feels that he hid outside for so long without coming back, not knowing whether he is alive or dead. It makes her very worried. I am thinking for Jade Palace. If it is because of me that Jade Palace is in danger, then wouldn't I be a sinner? Yi Qianyun shook his head. If Jade Palace is strong, then it's okay. But now it is weak. If it provokes so many forces, it will definitely be destroyed. But now it seems that from the beginning, they went straight to the treasure of Jade Palace. Although he doesn't know what treasure it is, it certainly is not simple. Sinner? Then I didn't take care of you. I am the biggest sinner. No matter what happens, we will face it together. What do you mean? Shi Shuiyun's eyes suddenly become slightly red. She thought a lot, worried that Yi Qianyun will be killed or caught and tortured. These days she was distracted. If it wasn't for Jade Palace, she would have already run out to search for him. Auntie, Yi Qianyun's throat seemed to be blocked by something. Since a long time ago, the two of them had said that they would always be together and never leave each other. You adulterous couple, things have come to this, yet you still dare to flirt in front of us. After Qin Yunqing was repelled, he was furious. Kill them all, kill them all. I don't believe that you two can support the entire Jade Palace. They had brought more people with them. Xiang Tianya's death was not a big deal, but there was still the sect leader of the Celestial Spirit sect. Now that things had come to this, they were ready to risk it all. Kill, kill, kill. Kill them all. Kill anyone you see. We'll stop the two of them. The sect leader of Celestial Spirit sect, Jia Zhiyun, was furious as well. Yi Qianyun had just killed many of their elders. How could he not be furious? Instantly, all of them burst forth with their strongest power and took out their strongest treasures. In an instant, their battle prowess increased crazily. The other deacons and elders all rushed to the side. Obeying the order of the sect leader, they are going to kill everyone here and wash the entire Jade Palace with blood. The cultivators of Jade Palace are generally low in cultivation, so they can't resist the slaughter of these people. How dare you? Shi Shuiyun screamed and flew to intercept them, but Qin Yunqing has already intercepted them. And with a flash of sword and sword, they collided with each other in an instant. Bang! Shi Shuiyun was bounced back by Qin Yunqing. After Qin Yunqing used his full power, he can actually compete with Shi Shuiyun. As expected of the sect leader of Wing's sect, it's not surprising that he has such a high level. In addition, Jia Zhiyun is also standing on the side. He didn't attack, but he trapped the two of them so that his subordinates can attack Jade Palace. If you want to pass, you have to pass me first. Qin Yunqing sneered. I will let you see the situation of the entire Jade Palace being slaughtered by us. Shi Shuiyun's face changed. The killing intent in her eyes is getting stronger and stronger. It seems to have reached the extreme. Bang! Suddenly a cold air burst in the crowd, and the cultivators who rushed to Jade Palace are frozen in place. They can no longer move. Even Qin Yunqing and the others were affected, all of them fixed in place, unable to budge. The effect of Frost Fist is activated again. I would like to see who can touch Jade Palace. Tianyun snorted coldly and flew over there. A sword light flashed, and the cultivators who rushed to Jade Palace were cut into several pieces. Blood splashed everywhere. Ding successfully killed. A lot of EXP popped up again, and quickly turned into the EXP he needs. After Tianyun swept a circle, many cultivators have fallen to the ground and never got up again. Many people don't know what happened. Inexplicably, they can't move, and then Tianyun beheaded them. Everything happened too fast, too sudden, they can't react. Not to mention Qin Yunqing. Even the people on Jade Palace's side can't move. Within this range, everyone will be frozen, regardless of friend or foe. What's going on? Sure, Shuiyun froze. She noticed that something is wrong. It seems that they are frozen. She knows that this is Tianyun's doing, but this is too evil, isn't it? A large number of people are frozen here and can't move. Isn't this a slaughter? Aunt, with me here, no one can touch Jade Palace, and no one can touch you. Tianyun's eyes are full of killing intent, and immediately said coldly, let's get rid of them both. Qin Yunqing and Jia Jiyun can't move. They are fixed in place, watching them rush over, but they can't struggle. The effect of this Frost Fist is too heaven-defying, even if it can only temporarily freeze them for a period of time. But for them, even if they are fixed for half a minute, it is already a deadly existence. Sure, Shuiyun's beautiful eyes lit up, looking at Tianyun. Her heart is a bit touched. Unconsciously, Tianyun has become the pillar of the entire Jade Palace. Spirit Sect, kill! Tianyun turned the wind-chasing blade in his hand, turned into a lightning, rushed towards Jia Jiyun, and slashed his sword, cutting Jia Jiyun in half. At this moment, Jia Jiyun recovered from the frozen state, but it's too late. He has been cut in half by Tianyun. He can't live at all. Ding successfully killed Spirit Sect leader Jia Jiyun, gained 400,000 EXP, Spirit Congealing Pill, 3,000 Crazy Point. After killing him, the reward is still relatively small, not too much, can only say that this is too poor. But he doesn't care about this at all. What he cares about is killing these intruders. At this time, Shi Shuiyun also held a spirit sword and stabbed at Qin Yunqing. When she was ready to kill Qin Yunqing, suddenly a loud shout came from behind. Don't be presumptuous. A terrifying momentum came from a distance. A huge golden palm slapped over. Shi Shuiyun's face changed, quickly waved her sword to resist. Boom! Shi Shuiyun was directly blown back, sliding a long distance, barely stopped. As soon as she stopped, her face became flushed and a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of her mouth. It was obvious that she had suffered a serious injury. Chapter 66. Aunt. Tianyun rushed over and hugged her. He took out a recovery pill and gave it to her. Shi Shuiyun didn't look at the pill and swallowed it. Even if Tianyun gave her poison, she will still take it. After taking it, she immediately felt a lot better, and the injuries in her body eased a lot. I'm fine. Shi Shuiyun clenched her sword and stared at the front. Then an old man walked in from the door, looking at them coldly, and a terrifying aura shrouded them. Before, no one is as strong as this old man. Tianyun looked up and suddenly froze. With the appraisal eye, the old man's data is exposed. 9th level core condensation, wearing the best spirit tool armor. Earth level martial art, heaven raising palm. Combat power 80,000. This is certainly not the old man's limit. The appraisal eye only shows the highest combat power. With the addition of Earth level martial art, his comprehensive combat power is instantly off the charts, directly crushing Tianyun's 60,000 combat power. Compared to this, Tianyun is more concerned about the name above the old man's head, glittering gold. Obviously, this is a super elite, and he penetrates the dark red color, proving that he is quite strong. Finally, after so long, a super elite appeared. Azure Cloud Castle is not elite level. It can only be regarded as an ordinary elite. The things dropped are good, but not good. But now there is an old man, a real elite. Finally, a super elite appeared. I don't know what kind of reward will drop after killing him. Onion squinted, not afraid at all. The old man has a trump card. He also has a trump card. Ding, do you accept the quest, protect Jade Palace? Resist the enemy. Reward, 100,000 EXP, 10,000 gold. 1 lottery, 100 points of overall favorability. This kind of random quest finally appeared. It didn't appear before. It must be beyond the range of Jade Palace. So this kind of quest appeared. I definitely have to accept it. Onion accepted it without any hesitation. The reward for completing the mission was not bad. Not only did he get a lottery, but he also received an increase in favorability points. As for the 100,000 EXP, he didn't care about it anymore. Ancestor. After Qin Yunqing recovered from his frozen state, he quickly retreated, his entire body covered in cold sweat. He had almost died in Shuiyun's hands. That kind of fear was still unable to calm down, especially when he was frozen, just now. He tried his best to break free, but it took him half a minute to break free. He would have died countless times in a battle against someone of the same level. I didn't expect it to be my turn. I wanted to see if the old guy of Jade Palace will come out of his seclusion. I didn't expect these few people to force me out before those old fellows came out. Qing Tianlong said coldly, "You're a bunch of trash. You can't even deal with a small Jade Palace. How can you deal with big things?" The same goes for Spirit Sect and Wind Pavilion. They are too weak. He didn't want to come out. He didn't want to do these things. He just wanted to hide in the dark. If the old guy of Jade Palace came out, he might be able to get a surprise attack. He didn't expect to be forced to come out now, so he had to take action. Heavenly Spirit Sect's sect master was beheaded, but he was indifferent. Anyway, he died. It has nothing to do with Wing Sect. When he was ready to kill Qin Yunqing, he had to take action, but this is tantamount to ruining the previous plan. Ancestor. That kid is a bit strange. I don't know what kind of martial art he used, but he froze us all. We can't move at all. Qin Yunqing pointed at Onion in horror. I can see it. I sensed it before. Qing Tianlong looked at Onion coldly. I want to see how strange it is. Qing Tianlong took a few steps forward. His murderous aura soared into the sky. The sky was full of red color, immediately showing a purgatory scene, forming a unique domain. Qing Tianlong held a banner in his hand, and murderous aura surged out of it. The cultivators who were shrouded by the murderous aura immediately emerged in their eyes. They were affected by this murderous aura. There is a feeling of extreme thirst for battle, no longer afraid of the slightest fear. Kill them. Qing Tianlong pointed forward, ordering the remaining people to rush forward and fight with Jade Palace. He doesn't care about their life and death. Kill. Affected by the murderous aura, they madly waved their weapons and rushed towards Onion. They seem to have forgotten the horror of Onion. Just now, they are all confused by the murderous aura. This is the ability of Qing Tianlong. What a strong murderous aura. This old ancestor Qing Tianlong is really not simple. I heard that he slaughtered many cultivators to refine the blood banner in his hand. Shuiyun said coldly. Be careful. Don't be affected by this murderous aura. No problem. Onian's eyes are cold. This Qing Tianlong doesn't care about their life and death. He is using them as cannon fodder to interfere with them and test them. Palace Lord, we will help you. At this time, the 3 elders have come over, facing dozens of cultivators who don't care about their life. They immediately stood up and prepared to fight together. At this point, no matter how prejudiced they are, they will choose to stand together. instead of quarreling with each other. Okay, let's fight together. Those with low cultivation, stay behind. Shi Shuiyun immediately issued an order. When the others have retreated, they immediately rushed forward and fought with the cultivators who rushed up. The cultivators who are affected by the murderous aura, their combat power has increased, especially when they don't care about their life. They don't even try to dodge the sword. They are already crazy to this extent. How can they not be crazy? Get lost. Tianyun slashed and cut the cultivator who rushed up. Then, after killing the cultivator who rushed up, his eyes are cold. He stared at Qing Tianlong in the distance and sneered. You hurt my aunt. I will make you pay the price. Just now, when Shi Shuiyun was injured, it made him extremely angry. Frost Fist. Activate. The effect of Frost Fist is activated again. This effect has a relatively short cooldown time, so it is said to be a super killer. After it was released, a cold light exploded near the green sky dragon and instantly enveloped them. At this time, Qing Tianlong is frozen. A layer of frost quickly appeared on the surface of his body. But in the next moment, Qing Tianlong roared. Boom! The frost on his body is immediately washed away by the murderous aura. It is useless. The entire process took less than a second, and the freezing effect was broken. Chapter 67. Sure enough, it's a bit strange, but little guy, it's useless against me. Qing Tianlong sneered and waved the blood banner in his hand. Countless evil chi surged again, enveloping them in it. Fortunately, other Jade Palace disciples with lower cultivation have quickly evacuated from here. Otherwise, they will definitely be affected by this blood banner. After they were enveloped by this blood banner, they immediately felt a killing intent from the bottom of their heart. The most obvious is the three elders. Their cultivation is relatively low. Their eyes immediately appeared a blood-red light, followed by a surge of killing intent. At this time they looked around, no matter who it is. They are full of killing intent. This is the most terrible thing about blood banner. It can cause them to kill each other. If their will is a little bit stronger, they can block this blood banner, but it will more or less affect their mind, and also affect their fighting state. Is that so? Then I would like to see how you take this move of mine. Tianyun's eyes flashed coldly. The blood in his body surged, ready to burst out the strongest combat power. Shi Shuiyun floated over and landed beside him. A faint, cold aura enveloped him, not letting him be affected by the slightest baleful aura. Tianyun, leave him to me. You go help him. Shi Shuiyun's eyes are cold. In the face of such a powerful enemy, she has already used all her strength. Aunt, leave him to me. I can do it. Tianyun knows why Shi Shuiyun came here. She doesn't want him to fight. She is afraid that he will be injured. His cultivation is very strong. It's not so easy to deal with him. Let me. Shi Shuiyun didn't finish her words. Tianyun grabbed her slender arm and gently dragged her into his arms. Aunt, believe me, I'm no longer the little brother you used to protect, but a little brother who can protect my sister. This time it's my turn to protect you, to protect the entire Jade Palace. Tianyun's eyes are shining, full of determination, without the slightest confusion. Shi Shuiyun was stunned. Tianyun's determined face was reflected in her beautiful eyes. She didn't know how long it had been since the little boy who had always been with her had grown into such a mature man. Her eyes turned slightly red. She opened her mouth and said, I'll wait for you to come back. Tianyun smiled and nodded. In the next moment, he turned around, replacing the face engraved in her eyes with those broad shoulders, as if he could bear all responsibilities, all burdens. Immediately, Shi Shuiyun quickly retreated, together with the three elders, to resist this crazy cultivator, lest he enters the interior of Jade Palace. Palace Master, is it all right to just let him go? Great Elder knows that Tianyun's cultivation is not weak, but in the face of this terrifying Qing Tianlong, there is still a big gap. Believe in him. Shi Shuiyun gently spit out a sentence. She now believes in Tianyun. Qin Yunqing looked at Tianyun coming over, looked at him with pitiful eyes, and said, I didn't expect you to be so arrogant, coming here alone. Do you really think you are a hero? Without that evil martial art, you're just a fart. Old ancestor, kill him. Qin Tianlong sneered. Brat, you killed so many elders of my sect. Today I will bury you and the entire Jade Palace with you. The elders and deacons of Wing's sect are basically dead. The remaining disciples are of little value. That's why he controlled them to kill Tianyin. Anyway, it's useless to keep them here. They are just a bunch of trash. Really, I want to see if you have the ability to do so. Dragon God Secret Art. Open. Tianyin looked up to the sky and roared. The dragon roar came out from his throat, and the blood in his body was instantly stimulated. It's like a giant dragon galloping in his body. The next moment, a piece of golden dragon scales emerged from the surface of his body, and in the blink of an eye, his whole body was covered with a thick layer of dragon scales, and his body became bigger and stronger. A terrifying power flowed out from his strong physique, and he stood there like a huge dragon. Obviously, it's just a layer of dragon scales covering his whole body, but it gives them the feeling of a giant dragon standing in front of them. At the same time, he can feel his combat power evaluation skyrocketing. 65,000, 70,000, 75,000, 80,000. In an instant, his combat power is the same as Qing Tianlong. Amazing dragon might is released from his body. It looks unparalleled. For a time, they are stunned. Tianyin can transform. This looks like a dragon's physique. The power that burst out is unprecedented. This is Tianyun's power. Shi Shuiyun opened her mouth in shock. She can feel the terrifying power. It's even stronger than her. He has really become the man who can protect me, and not the boy who was always protected by me. This is the dragon race. Qing Tianlong is shocked. His name has the word dragon in it, but it doesn't mean that he has dragon blood in his body. After Tianyun completely transformed, a cold light flashed across his eyes, and he immediately stomped on the ground, turning into a shock wave and attacking Qing Tianlong with a loud bang. He did not use any weapons. Instead, he used the frost fist on his hand and attacked Qing Tianlong fiercely. Go to hell. Seeing this, Qing Tianlong's expression changed, and he quickly waved the blood banner in his hand. As he waved, countless blood skeletons whizzed towards him, and a chilly wind blew. These bloodthirsty skeletons all rushed towards Tianyun, trying to eat him up. Dragon God skill. First style, Dragon Soul Flash. In an instant, a giant dragon appeared on Tianyun's body, and the energy that came out from his body when he was running turned into a dragon soul, shrouding his body. Then, the dragon soul clawed at the incoming blood slaughter skeleton. It swung its huge claws at the blood slaughter skeleton. Swoosh with the power that can tear space apart. The blood slaughter skeletons that pounced on him were easily destroyed. He easily pierced through them, and the blood slaughter skeletons were useless. As long as they got close to the dragon soul, their souls would be shattered by the domineering dragon power. The domineering dragon power is not to be blasphemed. In the blink of an eye, Tianyun had already arrived in front of Qing Tianlong, and he fiercely waved his heavy fist, aiming at Qing Tianlong. This is a punch for Ant. He roared, and his voice turned into the roar of a dragon and a tiger soaring into the sky, and his fist was like a huge dragon claw, grabbing forward. Oh no! Qing Tianlong's face darkened, and he quickly waved the blood banner in his hand to block. It looks like a banner, but it can also be used as a defensive tool. In this urgent situation, he can only use all his strength to block. Boom! Under the terrifying dragon claw, Qing Tianlong was forcibly blown away, and he only managed to stop after retreating a few dozen meters. However, the blood banner in his hand had a few more deep marks. Chapter 68. With an explosive punch, Qing Tianlong was sent flying and the blood-killing banner in his hand was destroyed. This was enough to show how terrifying this power was. Although this blood-evil banner is not a top-level treasure, but it is at least an upper-grade spirit tool. But after being grabbed by Yi Tianyan, a few holes appeared on it. "How dare you destroy my blood-fiend banner?" Qing Tianlong's face darkened. This was a treasure that he had spent a lot of effort to forge. Although it was only a superior-grade spiritual weapon, it was stronger than a supreme-grade spiritual weapon. It should be said that the effect was amazing. Treasures were judged by their effects. This was similar to the effect of the Frost Fist. Although it was only an inferior-grade spiritual weapon, based on this effect, it was not even comparable to a soul weapon. However, this weapon could not be forged, so it was normal for it to be outstanding. Boom! What answered him was not Yi Tianyan's words, but Yi Tianyan's fist. An overbearing punch came again. The terrifying tearing claw came through the air and clawed down with all its might. The huge dragon claw shrouded Qing Tianlong. The terrifying killing intent locked onto him, and there was no way to avoid it. "Don't look down on me!" Qing Tianlong roared, and the storage ring on his hand flashed. In the next moment, a blood-colored saber appeared in his hand. This blood-colored saber was about half the height of a person, and it was covered in dense divine inscriptions. The moment the weapon appeared, a terrifying, murderous aura spread out in all directions. It was another broadsword filled with murderous aura. It was unknown how many innocent people's blood it had stained to produce such a murderous aura. Blood stains the mountains and rivers. A red light flashed in Qing Tianlong's eyes, and a blood-red broadsword shot up to meet Yi Tianyan's palm. Boom! The terrifying crimson blade light cut the palm in half, as if it was a piece of tofu, and the rest of the blood-fiend blade light continued to attack Yi Tianyan. Countless blood-killing skeletons whizzed through the broadsword. Their distorted faces and miserable screams could be heard from the broadsword. "Break!" Yi Tianyan quickly swung his fist to block, and his fist collided with the bloody saber light. With a bang, he was sent flying, but he only slid a few steps back. The rest of the saber gleam had already been absorbed into his body by his absorbing star's great technique and turned into experience points. As long as it was energy, the absorbing star's great technique could absorb it, so it could absorb the attack and minimize the damage. Such powerful strength. Detailed data flashed in Yi Tianyan's eyes, and he immediately checked the detailed data of the blood-red broadsword. Crimson Divine Saber, supreme-grade spirit weapon. It was forged by absorbing the blood of tens of thousands of people. It is filled with a baleful aura. Those with low cultivation would be easily affected and lose their minds. With this blood ray divine blade, Qing Tianlong's overall combat power instantly rose to 90,000. Just this broadsword alone increased his battle power by a full 10,000 points. This was equivalent to equipping them with a better weapon, and their combat power would naturally increase exponentially. Tianyan. After killing the crazy cultivator, Shi Shuiyan looked at Yi Tianyan worriedly. With the blood ray divine blade, Qing Tianlong was even more heaven-defying. Could Yi Tianyan deal with him? Again, Yi Tianyan suddenly stomped on the ground and turned into a wave of impact that rushed forward. He once again displayed the dragon's soul claw and ruthlessly clawed at Qing Tianlong's body. Again, "It's useless, idiot!" Qing Tianlong sneered. He gripped the blood ray divine blade tightly and prepared to attack the dragon's soul claw. Just as he was about to counterattack, the dragon's soul claw suddenly swung to the side, and with lightning speed, it ruthlessly slapped at Qing Yunqing, who was at the side. Forget about Qing Tianlong. Even Qing Yunqing did not expect this. "Old ancestor, save me!" Qing Yunqing shouted in horror, and hurriedly used his spirit sword to block the attack. But how can his strength be stronger than Yi Tianyan? The attack that he swung was immediately crushed by the dragon soul claw, and then directly pressed on his body. "Bastard, don't be presumptuous!" Qing Tianlong roared and slashed at Yi Tianyan. The sharp blood ray divine blade slashed at him, trying to interrupt Yi Tianyan's attack. But Yi Tianyan didn't care about the incoming attack at all, and still slammed forward. Boom! Qing Yunqing was directly slapped to the ground, flattened by the huge dragon soul claw, blood splattered everywhere. Ding successfully killed Qing Yunqing, gained 430,000 EXP, 1,000 blacksmith mastery, 3,600 crazy point. Ding, congratulations to player. Yi Tianyan successfully broke through to 7th level core condensation. After killing Qing Yunqing, his cultivation rose again, and after killing 3 sect leaders in a row, he finally leveled up and reached a stronger level. His comprehensive combat power instantly soared, surpassing Qing Tianlong. From the beginning, he didn't aim at Qing Tianlong. He wanted to kill Qing Yunqing and gain EXP. He checked that he still has a little EXP left. He can level up as long as he kills Qing Yunqing. He can level up. Moreover, Qing Yunqing on the side laughed that he will be killed by Qing Tianlong. In that case, he will kill him first. Damn it! You son of a bitch, go to hell! The anger in Qing Tianlong's eyes was about to erupt. He waved the blood ray divine blade in his hand and ruthlessly slashed over. Qing Yunqing was not his son, but he was his relative. They were related by blood. Otherwise, he would not have come out to save him. The fierce blade slashed over. Yi Tianyan did not panic. He quickly waved his fist to block. The dragon soul claw that he swung out expanded a circle in an instant. The power increased by a lot. Boom! After the 2 attacks collided, the spiritual power was compressed to the extreme, causing a violent explosion. Both of them were sent flying, but Qing Tianlong was sent flying even further. He retreated more than 10 meters before he barely managed to stop himself. Yi Tianyan only retreated a few meters and then stopped. The difference between them is obvious. His aura became stronger. Qing Tianlong was stunned. This move is stronger than before. Is it his illusion? Or is Yi Tianyan deliberately suppressing his cultivation? Sure, Shuiyun. And the rest all felt that whether it is speed or power, it is a level stronger than before. It even overshadowed Qing Tianlong. Could it be that Yi Tianyan deliberately showed weakness in order to kill Qing Yunqing? They didn't know that Yi Tianyan just broke through. Who would have thought that after killing someone, he easily broke through? After leveling up, I can really fight against him a little. Yi Tianyan's expression was indifferent. This is not out of his expectations. After his cultivation increased, his comprehensive combat power has reached the level of 93,000. Chapter 69. I didn't expect you to hide your strength. It seems that you can't be allowed to live. Qing Tianlong's face was gloomy. If this continues, Yi Tianyan will definitely become a super strong person. At such a young age, he already has the strength to compete with him. If he is allowed to live, it will be a disaster for Wing's sect. It should be said that if Yi Tianyan escapes, it will be a disaster. It's time to end it. No matter how talented you are still a little too inexperienced. Qing Tianlong picked up the blood ray divine saber in his hand and slashed at his arm. Puchi, blood sputtered on the blood ray divine saber. In an instant, the blood ray divine saber lit up, and a terrifying murderous aura emerged and rose to the sky. When it was stained with Qing Tianlong's blood, the murderous aura of the blood ray divine saber suddenly increased several times. After this murderous aura broke out, It continuously poured into Qin Tianlong's body. In an instant, it made his eyes become incomparably red, like a god of death. His comprehensive combat power rose in a straight line, suddenly rushed to 95,000, and then entered the ranks of 100,000. But it was not over yet. He continued to rush forward crazily, killing his way to 110,000 combat power. All of a sudden, his combat power increased by 20,000, which was equivalent to the effect of taking a berserk pill. However, taking a berserk pill did not have such a terrifying effect. Berserk pill can enhance strength, but the higher the cultivation, the more limited the effect of the enhancement. What a terrifying murderous aura! Is this the true strength of old ancestor Qin Tianlong? Shi Xueyun and the others had successfully killed those crazy practitioners, and they all ran over. But as soon as the three elders approached, they felt that their minds were affected. They all shook their heads, trying to drive out the murderous aura. Don't try to be brave. Quickly retreat. Leave this place to me and Tianyun. Shi Xueyun saw their situation and quickly let them retreat. Their cultivation was not low, but for Qin Tianlong's current situation, it was too low, and they could not resist this terrifying murderous aura. The three elders did not think much. They nodded and quickly retreated, not daring to continue to approach. They all knew their limits. If they were to forcefully break through, they would only be a burden. Shi Xueyun didn't move closer. She stood behind Yi Tianyun and watched. She did not seem to be making any moves, but her heart was hanging by her throat. If anything were to happen, she would risk everything to save Yi Tianyun. At this moment, Yi Tianyun turned his head and smiled at her, but did not say anything. Then he turned his head back and looked at Qin Tianlong, saying in a deep voice, "That's right, it's time to end, but you will be ended. I want to end it. This was the biggest joke in the world. I will massacre your Jade Palace. From now on, there will no longer be a Jade Palace." Qin Tianlong's eyes were bloodshot and his murderous intent soared to the sky. The blood ray godly saber in his hand trembled continuously as if it was thirsty and thirsty for blood. Then he picked up the crimson light divine blade and charged over. He stomped on the ground like a god of death. The terrifying pressure caused people's hearts to turn cold. Yi Tianyun checked his attributes, and the detailed data immediately appeared in front of him. Player, Yi Tianyun level, 27, 7th level core condensation, EXP, 128728 crazy point prestige, 70 points cultivation technique, Dark North divine art, Dragon God's secret art martial arts, Absorbing Stars great technique, Sky Cloud step, 10,000 swords return to origin weapon, Frost fist, Scarlet dagger, Wind chasing blade, Heavenly wind blade armor, Snow wolf battle boots, divine armor, Shadow cloak divine ability, Crazy mode, luck aura bloodline, Dragon God bloodline ornaments, Forging God hammer, Power bracelet, power ring, power belt all items, 18 recovery pill, 5 double EXP pill, gift pack LV31120 crazy point. After killing so many elders and deacons, his crazy point increased by a lot. This is the effect of double crazy point card. It allows him to accumulate so many crazy point quickly. What he needs to do now is to use up this batch of crazy point. Crazy mode, level up. Ding, successfully deducted 100,000 crazy point. Level up crazy mode. Ding, successfully upgraded crazy mode. Level up crazy mode. Level up 2 crazy mode. All effects are enhanced by 4 times. Every minute consumes 100 crazy point. The next level requires 1 million crazy point to level up. Dragon God bloodline. Level up. Ding, successfully deducted 10,000 crazy point. Level up Dragon God bloodline. Ding, successfully upgraded Dragon God bloodline. Level up 2 Dragon God bloodline. The next level requires 100,000 crazy point. He upgraded the Dragon God bloodline and Crazy Mode at once. These were the skills that could improve his strength. As for using them in the lottery, there was no need for that. The things he obtained require too much proficiency, even if he uses double proficiency card. He can't level it up quickly. In the blink of an eye, his crazy point is empty, but the skills are upgraded. The power is naturally extraordinary. Go all out. Eteonyon growled. Crazy Mode was automatically turned off when he leveled up. Now it is reactivated. The effect of quadruple damage directly rose up. With a loud bang, his combat power directly shot up, rising in a straight line. 60,000, 70,000, 100,000, 110,000, 120,000, 130,000. Finally, Eteonyon stopped at 130,000 combat power. This was based on his 7th level core condensation stage cultivation. Suddenly, his cultivation reached 130,000, directly crushing the Azure Sky Dragon. But is it over? Of course not. When Dragon God bloodline was upgraded, it was also turned off. The dragon scales on his body quickly faded, making sure Shuiyun and others think that Eteonyon has reached his limit. Dragon God bloodline, open! A flash passed through Eteonyon's eyes, as if a giant dragon collapsed in his eyes. The dragon scales on his body emerged again, harder and more overbearing than before. An even stronger dragon might was unleashed from his body. After the Dragon God bloodline was opened, his combat power soared again. 140,000, 150,000, 160,000. Finally, after soaring to 160,000 combat power, it stopped. The terrifying combat power is really amazing. From the initial 30,000 to 40,000 combat power, after using Crazy Mode and Dragon God bloodline, the effect soared up by almost 5 times. Reaching 160,000 combat power. What's the big deal about fighting above levels? This is crazy enough. At the moment of eruption, Eteonyon stepped on the ground. With a bang, he turned into a giant dragon and roared. This speed is really too fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Azure Sky Dragon, waved his fist covered with dragon scales, and fiercely punched. Azure Sky Dragon quickly reacted, but everything is too late. Whether it is speed or explosive power, it is far inferior to Eteonyon. All he can do is quickly block the bloody light divine saber in front of him. Boom! Eteonyon completely ignored the bloody light divine saber and heavily punched the bloody light divine saber. The terrifying power made Azure Sky Dragon unable to grasp the bloody light divine saber. Following that, the crimson light divine saber was punched into Qing Tianlong's body. Qing Tianlong was like a rubber ball that was sent flying. Under this terrifying punch, he was ruthlessly sent flying. With a pa sound, he was stuck to the wall. Boom! The hard wall couldn't hold for too long. The next moment, Azure Sky Dragon smashed a big hole and flew out of the hall. Chapter 70. With just one punch, Qing Tianlong was sent flying away. Even the hard wall of the hall was smashed through and a big hole was formed. Since the Azure Sky Dragon had sent him flying, the baleful aura on his body was interrupted. The baleful aura that filled the entire hall quickly disappeared. Eteonyon quickly chased after Qing Tianlong. Shuiyun and the others were stunned for a moment and immediately chased after Qing Tianlong. Qing Tianlong, who was sent flying, rolled a few times in the air and floated down. But his body was a little unstable. When he landed on the ground, he half knelt down. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. It looked even redder and more terrifying. His face became extremely pale. Originally, in order to stimulate the evil qi in his body, he had already consumed a lot of blood essence. Now that he was hit by a punch, it caused his internal organs to be shattered and directly caused him to suffer a lot of injuries. Fortunately, He used the bloody light divine blade as a shield to block the attack. Otherwise, his body would have exploded. Who's going to end who now? Tianyan came out of the hall and walked step by step. His dragon might shrouded the surroundings, and the baleful aura couldn't get close to him at all. The baleful aura was destroyed by the dragon might. Qing Tianlong suddenly looked up. His eyes were filled with horror. He didn't expect that Yi Tianyan's cultivation could reach this level. It was simply terrifying. His cultivation was comparable to the peak of core condensation, which was a lot higher than him. How could he fight against him? How did you suddenly soar so much? What kind of evil technique did you use? Qing Tianlong's body trembled. He couldn't even stand steadily. Even if there were no problems, the result could not be changed. The power that Yi Tianyan showed was too overbearing. He couldn't withstand it at all. What does this have to do with you? Yi Tianyan stomped on the ground. With a loud bang, a big pit was formed on the ground. He raised his fist and punched again. I'll kill you. Qing Tianlong roared and stood up abruptly. He waved the bloody light divine blade in his hand and slashed towards Yi Tianyan. A blood-red blade light whistled through the air, suddenly transforming into a huge blood-red demon, swinging its sharp claws towards Yi Tianyan. Break! A huge dragon flashed past Yi Tianyan's eyes as he charged forward. He didn't do much. He just directly crashed into it. With a loud bang, the blood-colored devil exploded into a cloud of blood mist. It didn't cause any damage to him. After passing through, Yi Tianyan appeared in front of Qing Tianlong. He swung his fist and punched Qing Tianlong's chest. He roared, "This punch belongs to Auntie." Qing Tianlong wanted to raise the Blood Ray Divine Saber again to block, but it was too slow this time. A heavy fist smashed over, and with a dong sound, Qing Tianlong was sent flying. His entire chest had caved in. Even if he was wearing a supreme-grade spiritual armor, it was of no use. His chest was still caved in. Pucci, he looked up to the sky and spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, his body was stiff and he couldn't move at all. He was sent flying, and even his consciousness was blurred. Open! Yi Tianyan roared. He stomped on the ground again and transformed into a huge dragon to chase after Qing Tianlong. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Qing Tianlong. He clenched his fists and smashed them towards Qing Tianlong. "This punch belongs to Auntie. How dare you hurt my auntie? You deserve to die." Boom! The Azure Sky Dragon was smashed down and smashed into the ground. Boom! Like a meteorite, he smashed into the ground. With a loud bang, Qing Tianlong was smashed into the ground. The originally hard ground now had a large pit. Qing Tianlong's body was limp and paralyzed on the ground. His eyes were blurred, and he was only left with one breath. Tianyan. Sure, Xueyan covered her mouth. She couldn't help but cry. This is the man she used to protect, and now it's his turn to protect her. He already has the power to stand on his own. He has surpassed them, and no longer needs her protection. But when she thought about it carefully, she felt happy and sad at the same time. Happy because Yi Tianyan has a strong force, sad because Yi Tianyan no longer needs her. Wing sect will not let you go. Qing Tianlong said with a trembling voice. Don't worry, Wing sect, Wind Pavilion, Spirit sect. I will eradicate them one by one. Yi Tianyan said coldly, uproot them all. After saying that, he lifted his foot and stomped down. With a loud bang, the Azure Sky Dragon no longer had any signs of life. It was completely dead. Ding successfully killed Qing Tianlong, got 500,000 EXP, Martial Art Blood Fiend Soaring Sky, Blood Fiend Divine Spear, Low-Grade Soul Tool, Blood Fiend Bracelet, Low-Grade Soul Tool, Blacksmith Mastery 1000, Crazy Point 4000. Ding, completed the kill of target, got 10 lottery chances, 100,000 crazy point. Ding, successfully completed the quest, protect Jade Palace, resist the enemy, reward, 100,000 EXP, 100,000 gold, 1 lottery chance, 100 favorability increase. The rewards dropped like crazy. 2 soul armaments dropped. This is something he didn't expect. While everyone else was frantically fighting over the soul tools, he was able to drop these 2 soul tools. It was truly shocking. Although it is a low-grade soul tool, but at least it is a soul tool. In addition, there is also the reward of killing target got 10 lottery chances, which is equivalent to 10,000 crazy point in another way. This makes Eteonian feel pity. He can't get the extra level up. That's the best. But since it is extra, he won't ask for too much. After all, he got 2 soul tools, so what else is there to ask for? As expected of the super elite level, the reward is really much better than those small fries. Eteonian is still very satisfied, but the most important thing is to protect Jade Palace. This is more important than anything else. After killing Qing Tianlong, Shi Shuiyan ran over, knocked his head lightly, and snorted, "Don't think I will forgive you for not coming back before." Eteonian scratched his head embarrassedly and smirked. "And this is nothing. I saved Jade Palace." "So what if I saved you? It's a different matter. I didn't hear from you before, and I thought you were in an accident." Shi Shuiyan's eyes are red, thinking of the previous worry, but tears fall down. Eteonian hugged Shi Shuiyan and comforted her. "It's okay. How can I die? You don't know how powerful I am. No matter how many come, I will kill them all. I am powerful. I will definitely protect Ant from any harm in the future." He said this from the bottom of his heart. Shi Shuiyan has always protected him. Now it is his turn to protect Shi Shuiyan. Humph! Just a few words of praise. "And you are panting?" After Shi Shuiyan came out of his arms, she snorted and immediately smiled like a beautiful crabapple flower. This feeling, but it's not bad. Chapter 71. The matter of 3 great sects besieging Jade Palace has finally come to an end. This news quickly spread out, and all the forces in this area were shocked. A first-level faction killed all the people sent by 3 great sects, and its 3 great sect masters. 3 great sect masters are dead. What is left of these sects? The rest are a group of young people. As for what kind of power they have, no one knows. But the heritage of 3 great sects is definitely not as simple as they think. In the conference hall of Jade Palace, "I want to make Tianyun an elder. I don't know if you have any opinion?" Shi Shuiyan looked at everyone. All of them are elders and deacons. They are all sitting here with a dignified expression. No opinion. Everyone nodded, indicating that they have no opinion. Eteonian saved the entire Jade Palace this time, and his cultivation is so high, even Shi Shuiyan is not as good as him. Even if it's an exception, she will make Eteonian an elder. "I have an opinion." Everyone looked up and found that the person who spoke is Eteonian himself. "Palace Lord, I think it's better to be an outer disciple. We can't break the rules. I think it's good to be an outer disciple, and I'm not good at managing the palace." Eteonian thought they gathered to talk about something. He didn't expect that the first thing they want to talk about is to make him an elder. It's not easy to be an elder. There are a lot of things to do. He doesn't want to get involved in these things. You have to do it. There is no such thing as breaking the rules. Rules are dead. People are alive. You just need to change it. You don't need to manage anything. We just need to prove that you are a member of our Jade Palace and represent our Jade Palace. Do you think I don't know your ability? Shi Shuiyan rolled her eyes at him. She doesn't want Eteonian to manage anything from the beginning. Other elders nodded. They don't trust Eteonian to manage other things in Jade Palace. But When Etianyan saw that Shi Shuiyin was glaring at him, he immediately deflated and said helplessly, "All right then, I'll take the elder's seat." The surrounding disciples couldn't help but laugh. Others couldn't wait to become an elder, but he didn't want to. "All right, then let's move on to the second matter. This time, we killed the 3 sect lords. Those old bastards will definitely make a move. Although Wind Pavilion is not a big sect, but their background is not bad. I heard that they are in cahoots with Wing Sect. I'm sure they won't let this go." Shi Shuiyin said solemnly, "That's why we have to be prepared for battle. From the beginning, they've been eyeing our treasures. They've been looking for all sorts of excuses to attack us. In the end, they still want our treasures." "The treasure of the palace?" Etianyan was stunned. He doesn't know what it is, but he didn't ask. It has nothing to do with him anyway. "The third matter. I intend to give this treasure to Etianyan. I don't know what you think." Shi Shuiyin suddenly said. Etianyan was immediately stunned. Why did she suddenly give it to him? "Palace Lord, you can't do this. The treasure of the palace has always been something that only the Palace Lord can use. This is obviously against the rules." Great Elder immediately stood up. "She doesn't object to other things, but this matter is different. Although Etianyan has become an elder, he is still technically an outsider. The Palace Lord is the most qualified to use it. He is stronger than me. It is reasonable to give it to him. The effect will undoubtedly be stronger." Shi Shuiyin said, "If the 3 major sects attack again, then he will definitely have a miraculous effect." The elders all went silent. What Shi Shuiyin said is true. They have all seen the power of Etianyan, so they really can't say anything against it. "Wait, what treasure is this?" Etianyan raised his hand. After talking for a long time, he still doesn't know what the treasure of the palace is. "This is it." Shi Shuiyin took out a jade pendant. A faint cold air emitted from it. Just when it was taken out, it made everyone feel cold. The extreme cold air means that this thing is not simple. This is Etianyan squinted his eyes, and the detailed data immediately appeared in front of him. Ice Soul Jade. Effect. Can calm the soul, increase the speed of cultivation. When used, can also form a freezing field, freeze everything in the surroundings. Grade. Middle grade soul tool. Middle grade soul tool. No wonder it is called the treasure of the palace. It is indeed qualified. Etianyan nodded, but he wasn't interested in it. Shi Shuiyin said to let him use it, no doubt because she felt that if he used that freezing field, the effect would be even more amazing. This is Ice Soul Jade. Not only will it help your cultivation, it can also use the freezing effect. Previously, you used the freezing martial art. If combined with this, it will definitely have a miraculous effect. Shi Shuiyin smiled and said, "This thing is given out just like that. She does not intend to keep it. After all, it can increase the speed of cultivation. It is definitely a good thing." "Palace Master, I don't need it, to be honest. It is useless to me. You should keep it," Etianyan said in a deep voice. "Moreover, in terms of physique, Palace Master, you have the cold physique. It is more suitable for me. I do not have the cold physique, so it is not suitable for me. Take it." Shi Shuiyin is still so overbearing. No, Etianyan is also overbearing. Shi Shuiyin is stubborn. Etianyan is also stubborn. Shi Shuiyin looked at Etianyan's firm eyes, finally can only sigh. "Well, then I will take it." This time, the elders are relieved. Fortunately, it did not fall into the hands of Etianyan. They treat this thing as a treasure, but Etianyan does not treat it as a treasure. Isn't it just a middle grade soul tool? He has 3 soul tools, although they are not middle grade, but at least they are soul tools. Now let's talk about the fourth thing. That is the heavens immersing ancient ruins. As you can see, this time we killed the people of the 2 sects and obtained 7 tokens. This means that we have 7 more people to enter the trial. In less than a week, we can go to the trial. Now choose 8 outstanding disciples, and then enter the heavens immersing ancient ruins trial. Shi Shuiyun smiled. The heavens immersing ancient ruins trial is a good thing. After coming out, there will be a great breakthrough. Choose 8 again. Yi Tianyun said, "What about me?" The elders looked at him strangely. Immediately Shi Shuiyun smiled and said, "You can't enter. You are a core condensation cultivator. You can't enter at all. Heavens immersing ancient ruins can only be entered by spirit refinement cultivators. Higher than that, you can't enter." If I can't enter, how can I complete the main quest? Chapter 72. The main quest is still there. He can't enter the heavens immersing ancient ruins. How can he complete it? This is the only main quest. He knows the importance of the main quest. If he can't complete the main quest, he can't continue. How can he complete the main quest in the future? Is it possible that I can't complete the main quest even if my level is too high? Yi Tianyun thinks this is very unreasonable. If his level is higher, wouldn't it be easier to complete the main quest? But he knows that Shi Shuiyun won't lie to him. Those who are higher than spirit refinement realm can't enter the ancient ruins. They don't know what Yi Tianyun is thinking. Shi Shuiyun comforted him. Your cultivation is already so high, there's no point in going in. You can't achieve the purpose of the trial. Only those who are in spirit refinement realm can have a better effect. Okay. Yi Tianyun showed a bitter smile. What else can he say now? Who told him to exceed the main quest? If that's the case, how am I supposed to complete this mission and this main mission? The next discussion is to decide the other slots. Suddenly the number of slots increased to 8. It's really exciting. In addition to a lot of tokens, there are also many treasures, such as the blood-killing banner. Originally, these spoils are Yi Tianyun's. He doesn't want most of them. Only a few, such as the blood-killing divine sword. After the discussion, he returned to his room, feeling a little depressed. He has been worrying about how to complete the main quest. If this continues, he won't be able to complete it in this life. Don't think too much. Let's draw the lottery first. Yi Tianyun didn't think too much. Anyway, it's useless to think too much. He can only think about it when the time comes. Immediately, he focused his attention on the lottery, a total of 11 lottery draws. This is definitely the first time in history that he can draw so many lottery draws. With a thought, a roulette appeared in front of him. No one can see this roulette except him. Luck aura, activate. The premise of the lottery draw is to activate the luck aura. Otherwise, the probability of drawing the consumable is too high. Start the lottery draw. After activating the luck aura, he immediately began to draw the lottery. The lottery roulette began to spin rapidly, and soon the needle stopped firmly on the consumable. What the hell? Consumable. Yi Tianyun felt helpless. After activating the lucky halo, he still received a consumable item. Gulong obtained 10,000 experience pills. 10,000 experience pills. This is a bit too much. Again, 10,000 experience pills was far too lacking for the experience he needed right now. However, his luck was bad, so he had no choice but to draw this thing. Gulp obtained 50,000 experience pills. Again, I've obtained a life. What? Yi Tianyun was shocked. The sudden information that popped up shocked him. When he saw the HP*1 in his inventory, he was dumbfounded. Life can be rewarded? He immediately began to investigate, and the effect of the life attribute was immediately displayed. Life automatically activates upon death, instantly revives. Good stuff. Yi Tianyun suddenly slapped his thigh. The pain made him grimace and gasp. This was definitely a top-notch consumable. What was the most important thing? Treasure? No, it's life. Directly getting a life means that when he dies, he can automatically activate it and revive with full health. It seems that not all consumables are useless. Yi Tianyun looked at the roulette and sighed. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Give me more of this thing. The more the better. He certainly doesn't mind the number of consumables. This is more useful than any treasure. How can he complain about more? Again. Soon the roulette began to spin again, and under his anticipation, it finally stopped at the divine skill type. His heart skipped a beat. This time it is a divine skill. I wonder what kind of divine skill will I get? Gulp dash, something rolled down, and then the treasure chest opened, and what appeared in front of him was luck aura. What? Luck aura. Again? Tianyun was dumbfounded. What's the point of having more luck aura? Successfully obtained luck aura. Because you already have luck aura, 10,000 crazy points will be given instead. Damn! Try to upgrade luck aura. Tianyun rolled his eyes. It's only 10,000 crazy points. It's more like upgrading one level. After that, he quickly drew the rest of the rewards. There were quite a few good things that dropped. Roughly speaking, they were HPX1, 10,000 EXPX1, 50,000 EXP Pill X3, Frost Fist, Silver Phoenix Spear, Luck Aura, Tyrant God's Armor, Bad Luck Pill, Power Strengthening Pill. All the items in the 11 lottery are listed out. Among them, the most expensive ones are the 10,000 EXP Pill and Frost Fist. He already has Frost Fist, but it doesn't turn into crazy point like Lucky Aura, but it will appear in his inventory. But there are still a lot of good things. Tyrant God Armor. The effect is to maintain the state of pressure for 1 minute, suppressing the enemy. Useless. Phoenix Silver Spear. It's just a simple upper grade spirit tool. Useless, useless. Bad Luck Divine Pill can be thrown to the enemy or taken by myself. The effect of bad luck will be increased by 10 times. What is this thing? Who should I give it to? Strength Strengthening Pill. Permanently enhanced strength. This is a good thing. Permanent enhancement. Tianyun checked the items one by one. Some are very useless, some are very good. For example, life and this Strength Strengthening Pill. Immediately, he took the Strength Strengthening Pill and found that his combat power slightly increased by a few hundred. The increase is too little. He felt that his body is slightly strengthened. Although it is very little, but it is already good, just a small pill. How much can it enhance? But what is the use of this Frost Fist? The grade is still ordinary iron level. Tianyun frowned. This is embarrassing. The lottery often draws garbage. This sentence is not wrong. Immediately he clicked on the inventory. The inventory is actually equivalent to the storage ring. It can store anything. It can store things in the real world. There is no difficulty at all. When he checked the Frost Fist, he moved it a bit and found that there are 2 more options on the Frost Fist. Fusion and Sell. There is Fusion and Sale. I didn't look at it carefully before. When Tianyun clicked Sell, a message popped up and a message appeared. Selling price is 500 crazy point. Are you willing to sell? Profiteer. Tianyun silently cursed in his heart. When he bought it in the mall, it cost 10,000 crazy point, but selling it here is only worth 500 crazy point. It is a loss. Let's try the fusion effect. Tianyun reached out, and the Frost Fist in the inventory immediately combined with the Spirit Tool, level Frost Fist on the side. The level did not increase, but the proficiency increased. Chapter 73. This is really interesting. The fusion effect can improve proficiency. I don't know if other weapons can do this, but let's see how much the price is, so as not to lose money. Before fusing, he first checked if he can sell it for a high price. If it exceeds a lot, then it will be a loss. Phoenix Silver Spear. Price is 500 crazy point. Are you willing to sell? Sell your ass. Get lost. Tianyun rolled his eyes. He didn't expect a high-grade spirit tool, only worth 500 crazy point here. It's a loss. But thinking about it carefully, if the price of the things is very high, it will be unlimited, which will become a big loophole. Forget it, let's try fusing. Tianyun clicked on the Phoenix Silver Spear. There is also a fusion and cell symbol. He clicked on fusion. But this time the situation is a bit different. A pop-up window will pop up showing a line of message. Which weapon is the main weapon? Which is the secondary weapon? Of course, Frost Fist, Phoenix Silver Spear has no effect. Immediately after Sherfong clicked on it, the Silver Phoenix Spear transformed into a ball of energy and merged with the Frost Fist. The Frost Fist's proficiency had increased by 500 proficiency from the original 1100 proficiency to 1600 proficiency. Good, very good. Tianyun felt very satisfied. This is the effect he wanted. Immediately, he also fused the Tyrant God armor. Although it is a weapon and also a defensive tool, it can still be fused into proficiency, increasing 300 proficiency. This is not bad. I don't know how to sell the spoils of war. Tianyun has a lot of miscellaneous things, a lot of martial arts, or ordinary iron-level weapons. He doesn't need them at all. It's useless to keep them. Immediately he chose Bloody Divine Sword. This is a superb spirit tool. There are also two options, sell and fuse. When he clicked sell, a bright value appeared in front of him. 5,000 crazy point. Not bad. Tianyun's eyes lit up. Sure enough, only the spoils of war can be sold at a good price. Let's look at other martial arts. He also tried to sell those low-level martial arts. The price is different because the grade is relatively low. Basically, he can only buy 1,000 or 2,000 crazy points. It was the same for those low-grade weapons. They all had a relatively low price, which was understandable. The grade wasn't high in the first place, so how could it be sold for a high price? However, apart from that, there was also the option of fusion, which made his eyes light up. Martial arts can be fused. Tianyun's eyes lit up. He quickly clicked on those human-level martial arts and integrated them into the Absorbing Star's great technique. Just as he clicked on the integration, a message popped up. The grade is too low. I can't fuse it. What? Tianyun was startled. He didn't expect it to be unable to fuse. Or was it because the grade was too low? This made him puzzled. It seemed that he couldn't quickly increase his proficiency. He could only transfer the method to weapons and smash those low-grade weapons on the Frost Fist. The grade is too low, unable to fuse. When he chose those ordinary iron grade weapons to fuse with, this message popped up again. Strange. How can it be useless? Wasn't the previous Frost Fist an ordinary iron grade? Tianyun checked, and soon knew what was going on. The reason why the Frost Fist can be fused is because they are of the same breed. Different breeds can only be fused with the same grade. For example, now that the Frost Fist is a spirit tool, it can only be fused with a spirit tool. The same is true for martial arts. It can't be fused with too low a grade. It seems that I can only sell it. It's useless to keep it. I don't need it at all. Tianyun shook his head. It's like getting a pile of scrap metal. He definitely can't use it, but he can sell it to the shop and get crazy points. Although it's not a lot, it adds up. Immediately, he emptied a lot of things, leaving only the higher grade ones, and replaced the rest with crazy points. He also consumed the experience pill, and so on. After cleaning up, he clicked on the property bar to check the current situation. Level 27, 7th level core condensation, EXP, for 3728 crazy points, prestige, 70 cultivation technique, Dark North Divine Art, Dragon God's Secret Art Martial Arts, Absorbing Star's Great Technique, Sky Cloud Step, Blood Fiend Soaring Heaven Weapon, Frost Fist, Scarlet Dagger, Wind Chasing Blade, Blood Fiend Divine Spear Armor, Snow Wolf Battle Boots Deity Armor, Shadow Cloak Divine Ability, Crazy Mode, Luck Aura Bloodline, Dragon God Bloodline Decoration, Forging God Hammer, Power Bracelet, Power, Ring, Power Belt, Blood Fiend Bracelet All Items, 18 Recovery Pill, 5 Double EXP Pill, Gift Pack LV31. Life X1, Bad Luck Divine. Pilly didn't sell the Blood Fiend Divine Spear, but he sold the Bloodlight Divine Blade. After all, he has a few thousand crazy points, and he doesn't have double crazy point card. Proficiency can take its time. There's no need to rush. I finally know what this shop is for. If there are a lot of crazy points, I can buy them and add them to my proficiency. Onion shook his head, looking at the horrifying price above. His heart really trembled. How rich do you have to be to spend so much crazy points to buy and add them to your proficiency? For example, the Earth level absorbing stars, great technique, needs 200,000 crazy points. In fact, this is not very high, but who knows how much proficiency can be added by adding them? Even if it is only 10,000 points, it is a bit not worth it. After all, if he needs to upgrade it, he needs 10 books, which is 2 million crazy points. He can't afford it. Immediately he looked at the consumables, and sure enough, he saw the life column. But the price made him dumbfounded. 1 billion crazy points. I must be really lucky to be able to get this. Let's see how much I can sell it for. Onion immediately tried to sell the life, and sure enough, the price did not let him disappointed. 300 crazy points. F*CKU. Onion is like crazy, talking to himself and stamping his feet in the room. It's worth 1 billion crazy point, but it's only worth 300 crazy point, even if it is only sold for 100 million crazy points. With 100 million crazy points, he can definitely fatten himself up, fully armed, and immediately obtain heaven-level martial arts. Unfortunately, his dream is broken. Honestly, go out and kill monsters. Sigh. It seems that now I can only wait for heaven's immersing ancient ruins to open. Then I will see how to enter. After Onion finished the lottery, there is nothing else he can do except to cultivate here. But there is not much time left. He will have to go to heaven's immersing ancient ruins. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, someone knocked on his door. He looked up and immediately knew who it was. Immediately he opened the door and saw Jiu Lingyun. She blushed and said, "Big brother E, I will participate in the assessment tomorrow. Can I come and have a look?" "I almost forgot. Tomorrow is the outer disciple assessment. You will participate, right?" "I will go there tomorrow to cheer you up," Onion said with a smile. Chapter 74. Soon it's the next day. It's the official disciple assessment of Jade Palace. Originally, the official disciple assessment isn't so urgent, but now Jade Palace needs to rapidly expand its power, so it's necessary to train a group of key disciples. A steady stream of fresh blood is the key to maintaining the operation of Jade Palace. "Big brother, E, I'm a little nervous." Jiu Lingyun next to Onion still feels uneasy. They are now on the way to the assessment venue. She always felt that her level is not good enough. She really has no confidence. She has been used to inferiority complex. She feels that she has no ability. Although she has been cultivating here for a long time, she still has no confidence. Jade Palace, a place that she can't even think about. It's really hard to believe. Onion encouraged, "Don't worry. I will be watching you. Just work hard and believe in yourself." He hasn't seen much of Jiu Lingyun's performance. He just feels that she has a pure heart, very hard work, and very diligent. He believes that Jiu Lingyun will definitely perform well. Jiu Lingyun heard that Onion will be watching her. Her heart calmed down a lot. Soon they arrived at the venue. There is already a sea of people. There are a lot of outer disciples participating in the assessment, and many of them have relatively good talent. Look, that elder E came with that woman. I don't know how she did it. She actually has a relationship with Elder E. This is the difference between people. She looks ordinary. She doesn't have the appearance. She doesn't have the talent. She seems to be from the slums. It seems like he's from the slums. He usually lives frugally. How unsightly. Yeah, and she also brought her brother. We have to spend a lot of effort to get in, but She just got in. It's really unfair. Discordant voices came from the side. These are the outer disciples recruited from outside. It has to be said that sometimes their mouth is particularly cheap. They talk nonsense everywhere. The news that Yi Tianyun let Jiu Lingyun join Jade Palace has long been spread. They all think it's very unfair. Some people think that Yi Tianyun made a mistake. How can he find such a refugee from the slums to join Jade Palace? Jiu Lingyun naturally heard these comments. Her delicate body shook. Her eyes suddenly red. A feeling of inferiority suddenly welled up from her heart. There was bitterness and sorrow. Don't worry about them. Use your strength to prove yourself, and even more so, use your own efforts to fight back. Yi Tianyun calmly smiled and comforted her. Got it, young master? Jiu Lingyun still did not feel comfortable. She lowered her head and did not dare to look up. Then he brought Jiu Lingyun to line up at the exam grounds. There were about a dozen people taking the exam. After all, only female disciples were accepted, so there weren't many people. However, when he brought Jiu Lingyun to the side, all kinds of discussions came from behind him, each more unpleasant than the last. I'm really envious. Just because he hooked up with Elder E, he can come to the examination. Who knows, maybe it's just a formality, but he still passed in the end. Don't be jealous. If I were Elder E, wouldn't I just let my mother in? My mother is just a farmer. She doesn't know anything. I don't know what Elder E is thinking. Why would he fall for her? Usually dirty, every piece of clothing is worn out, and you want to join Jade Palace with this level? Many outer disciples whispered to each other. If they were not afraid of Yi Tianyun's position, they would have already shouted at Jiu Lingyun to get out. Although the voice is very low, but he heard it clearly. With his level of cultivation, he can hear even the smallest voice. Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed slightly. He has to say that these people are really jealous. They think that Jiu Lingyun got in because of her relationship with Elder E. They even think that this exam is just a formality. Even if the result is bad, he will pass. In fact, he certainly won't do this. If Jiu Lingyun doesn't meet the standard, she can only be an outer disciple, not an official disciple. Public is private. Private is private. The two are different. You can say that about me, but you can't say that about elder brother E. Suddenly Jiu Lingyun stood up and said with red eyes, I will prove to you that I will not lose to anyone. I will come in with dignity, not because of my relationship with Elder E. Yi Tianyun didn't expect Jiu Lingyun to be so imposing. He smiled a bit. This is the kind of imposing manner. Don't be timid. Being timid towards them was actually what they wanted. When they saw Yi Tianyun looking at them, they shut their mouths obediently. They didn't say anything, but the disdain and contempt on their faces were more effective than words. They didn't take Jiu Lingyun's words seriously at all. They thought that it was useless and useless. Don't mind them. This is the kind of imposing manner. Prove it to them with your strength. Yi Tianyun smiled faintly and comforted them. Okay. Jiu Lingyun clenched her fists and didn't say much. Only with strength can you prove everything, and only then can you make them shut their mouths obediently. Immediately, Deacon Liang came to the side of the exam hall. She was the deacon in charge of the outer disciples. She bowed respectfully to Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun's position was much higher than hers. Then she looked at Jiu Lingyun. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't say it. It's okay. Just follow your pace. Be strict. Normal assessment standard. Yi Tianyun said with a serious face. Deacon Liang smiled and nodded gently. She also hates people who can become official disciple just by relying on their relationship. This is irresponsible to Jade Palace. Immediately, Deacon Liang introduced to everyone, this is called Soul Shock Array. It will constantly release spiritual attacks. You just need to persist on it. To become an official disciple, you only need to persist for 9 waves. But if you want to become an inner disciple, you need to persist for 11 waves. This time it's okay. You only need to persist for 2 waves, and you can become an inner disciple. Those who haven't participated in this test think so, but those who have already participated are already desperate. It's good enough to become an official disciple. They don't expect to persist for 6 waves. In Jade Palace, there are official disciple and inner disciple. Inner disciple is more outstanding, and they are the focus of training. This time it's only 9 waves. I thought you have to persist for 13 or 14 waves. 13 or 14 waves. Don't be silly. There are too few people who can persist for 10 waves. That's right. Mental energy cultivation is much more difficult than physical strength cultivation. I remember a long time ago, in this Jade Palace, there was someone who persisted for 3 or 4 waves. Everyone is talking about it, and some people have heard some rumors. Yes, there was indeed a disciple with high talent who persisted until the 13th wave. Now he has joined the inner hall, and his ranking in the inner hall is not low. Deacon Liang patiently said, although the standard for the inner hall is the 13th wave, if any of you can persist until the 14th wave, then your reputation in the inner hall will be resounding enough, and you will soon receive the attention of the elders. As soon as this came out, the audience was in an uproar. Isn't this a bit too much? If you can persist until the 14th wave, it is normal to get the attention of the elders. Tianyan smiled indifferently under the stage. This is the outer disciple assessment. The purpose is to test the spiritual power. The strength of a person's soul determines how the whole person's talent is. The stronger the soul, the stronger the attainment in all aspects. Chapter 75. No problem. Believe in yourself. You are the best. Tianyan nodded to Jiu Lingyun as encouragement. Big brother, I won't let you down. Jiu Lingyun's tone is very firm. She doesn't want Tianyan to lose face. She worked so hard for so long, it's time to repay him. Immediately, she turned around and walked towards the assessment site. Tianyan looked at her back and nodded gently. Because the assessment is done in batches, there are still some outer disciples waiting outside. I suspect she can only last 1 or 2 waves at most. Then she will fall. If you want to become an official disciple, you have to at least last the 9th wave. Can she do it? Anyway, let's just watch. No matter what the result is, she can join Jade Palace as an official disciple. It's good to have connections. That's right. Why don't we go talk to Elder E? Forget it. I don't want to go. I want to join Jade Palace by my own ability. They think this is a fantasy. It's like asking a poor person to take out a piece of gold. It's simply impossible. But when it comes to relying on connections to join, although they say so, their eyes are constantly looking at Tianyan. Soon the assessment began. After Deacon Liang announced the announcement, the spiritual power impact immediately began. Wave after wave of impact crazily rushed towards them. Soon, the first wave didn't fall. If this wave also fell, it will be too shameful. Then the second wave began. They didn't have any problem surviving, including Jiu Lingyun. She easily survived. Soon the third and fourth wave crazily went on. Many outer disciples began to fall. But Jiu Lingyun is like a rock standing in the storm, no matter how many attacks hit her. She won't fall. When a lot of others fell, she can still persist. Then the 5th and 6th wave began. Many of the disciples fell one after another, but she was still standing, shocking everyone. Many outer disciples who have already quit are dumbfounded at this time. Didn't they say she came from slums? How can she be so strong? This is almost the standard of an official disciple, and it will continue to go higher. She definitely can't last the 9th wave. They recovered from their shock and immediately declared that she could not surpass the ninth wave. However, the following scene once again broke their bottom line and completely destroyed the line of defense in their hearts. The ninth wave was easily passed by her. At this time, there were only 3 people who could still persevere. This meant that she had passed the test and became one of the 4. However, everything was not over yet. The assessment was still ongoing. However, the situation outside was already in an uproar, a complete uproar. The outer sect disciples who had previously mocked her for entering through connections were now as ugly as they could be. This was a complete slap in the face. His ability was not weak at all. Most importantly, she didn't stop. She continued crazily. After the 9th wave ended, she went on to the 10th wave. She still persisted. When it came to the 11th wave, she was the only one left in the entire assessment grounds, like a crane in a flock of chickens. The overall standard of an outer disciple was not considered high. Otherwise, they would not be classified as an outer disciple. Being able to become an inner hall disciple was really a bit of a fantasy. Not bad. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. Only Jiu Lingyun was left. The outer sect disciples who had fainted from the mental impact stared at Jiu Lingyun with wide eyes after they woke up, who told them that she entered through connections. If she entered through connections, how could she have such a standard? This was the real deal. Those who said that she was defeated in the first few waves were now extremely embarrassed. Now that she had persisted until the 11th wave, this result could not be said to be very shocking. At least among this batch of newcomers, she was already a top-notch existence. The key point was that it was not over yet. She still persisted. Jiu Lingyun's expression had already changed, but she was still able to persist a little. However, when she finally passed the 12th wave, she was defeated, persisted until the 11th wave. The eye-catching result was even more shocking. A person who had previously been said to have entered through connections had actually achieved such an unbelievable result. She did not create a record, but she used her strength to prove that she absolutely crushed the others. I don't know how some people's eyes grew. I suspect that they grew from the soles of their feet. Yi Tianyun said faintly on the side. This result was still unexpected to him. He did not expect Jiu Lingyun's soul level to be so strong. Persisting to the 11th wave wasn't anything special. It was just that the difference in cultivation was too great. Too many people were locked by this cultivation thinking. Jiu Lingyun's cultivation was only at the 2nd or 3rd level of the body refinement stage, but it did not mean that her spiritual power level was poor. Now, with a strong power, she fiercely fought back against everyone. She did cut the line and saved a lot of steps, which seemed unfair. But with such a strong level, cutting the line undoubtedly saved a lot of time. This was the privilege of a genius. No matter where, there will be this privilege of a genius. Climbing up step by step will only waste time. Entering a suitable area at once, then the cultivation will be faster, and there is no need to waste so much time. Yeah, who just said that she came in through connections? This is all based on strength. God, did she rely on connections to get in? Are you sure she's from the slums? Why do I feel that it is not possible? Can the slums have this level? They were about to cry. Persisting for 11 waves was already enough to become an inner disciple, far crushing their existence. At this time, Jiu Lingyun has already come down from the assessment field, rushed over, and directly threw herself into the arms of Yi Tianyun and cried tears of joy. "Big brother, Yi, I did it! I did it!" She cried so excitedly, and her delicate body kept trembling. Everything was so difficult. This time, she did not let Yi Tianyun lose face, but won the first place perfectly. "I knew you would do well." Yi Tianyun reached out and patted her back. He could understand this kind of feeling. When everyone was not optimistic about her, she finally broke out and got her own dignity. Soon Jiu Lingyun remembered that she threw herself into the arms of Yi Tianyun and hurriedly got up from his arms, blushing and embarrassed. Yi Tianyun didn't care about this. He reached out and rubbed her little head, smiled, and said, "Congratulations on joining Jade Palace. This time you officially joined Jade Palace. You will be a member of Jade Palace in the future." Jiu Lingyun nodded vigorously and said happily, "Big brother Yi, thank you." Chapter 76. Jiu Lingyun's performance really shocked everyone. They didn't expect that the person brought back by Yi Tianyun could have such an amazing performance, which made many people feel ashamed. She directly joined the inner hall. Previously, they said that she could only last 2 or 3 rounds at most, but now her face is probably swollen. Is this the so-called relying on relationships? It was obvious that she had joined based on her own strength, and not because of her so-called connections. However, Yi Tianyun was also very surprised. This result was beyond his expectations. He didn't expect Jiu Lingyun to be so talented in this aspect, and she is also the outstanding type. Ding! Congratulations on completing the Hidden Task Saintess preliminary training. Gained 50,000 experience points. Jiu Lingyun's favorability increased by 30 prestige points. The system's voice suddenly came, and Yi Tianyun was shocked. Saintess preliminary training task. What is this situation? Is Jiu Lingyun a Saintess? Yi Tianyun looked down at Jiu Lingyun, and his eyes were full of shock. "Lingyun, are you a Saintess?" "Huh? What Saintess?" Jiu Lingyun was puzzled. She didn't know what Yi Tianyun was talking about. Do your parents know about this?" Yi Tianyun asked. "I didn't have parents since I was a child. I grew up in the slums with my younger brother." Jiu Lingyun shook her head. She didn't feel sad when she talked about this matter. She didn't have any feelings, so why should she feel sad? "Is your younger brother biological?" Yi Tianyun asked. "My younger brother is not biological. I picked him up." "Young master, Yi, how do you know he is not my biological brother?" Jiu Lingyun wondered. "This is just a casual question. Don't worry about it." Yi Tianyun laughed and didn't continue to pursue it, but he had other ideas in his heart. So, Jiu Lingyun may be a Saintess, or was abandoned here by a sect. This is very likely. In terms of talent, he was already a rising star. Perhaps she didn't create a record, but in terms of cultivation, she has already created a record. The person who set the record at the beginning had a cultivation base above the 8th or 9th level of the body refinement stage, which was a kind of entry test. Jiu Lingyun had just joined the sect not long ago, and it was already amazing that she could reach this level. "But your cultivation is too low. Otherwise, I would have let you enter the heavens immersing ancient ruins." Yi Tianyun felt that this was very interesting. If Jiu Lingyun could continue to be nurtured, she could really become a holy maiden. Who knew how great the rewards would be? This was a special grooming quest. "No, I'm already very happy to join Jade Palace. Being able to enter the heavens, immersing ancient ruins, as soon as you joined will definitely be gossiped about." Jiu Lingyun shook her head. She doesn't think she's qualified to participate in the heavens immersing ancient ruins. Even if her cultivation is high enough, she's still a newcomer. She thinks that it'll make things difficult for Yi Tianyun. "Don't belittle yourself. Your talent is very good. You have proven yourself just now, but your cultivation is a bit lacking. Rest assured, there will be a lot of opportunities in the future. Work hard, and if you need anything, come to me." Yi Tianyun smiled at her. He wants to train Jiu Lingyun. Well, she's a holy maiden. The system definitely won't lie to him. This is a hidden quest. Immediately after explaining some things, Yi Tianyun let her busy herself with other things. She just officially joined Jade Palace. There are still a lot of things to do. In a blink of an eye, it's time to go to the heavens' immersing ancient ruins. Jade Palace has organized 8 outstanding disciples. Qin Shui and the others are among them. Is the heavens immersing ancient ruins ready to open? Tianyan asked. Yes, this time you will lead the team, and Great Elder will assist you. I don't need to go, I'll stay in Jade Palace. Shi Shuiyan said. If all of them go, this place will be empty, and if Wing's sect takes advantage of this, it'll be troublesome. But if they don't go, heaven's immersing ancient ruins is a rare opportunity. They will miss it. Is this okay if those old bastards from Wing's sect come? Tianyan said worriedly. Don't worry. We have already let Grand Elder and the others wake up. We are not afraid of them coming. Our Jade Palace is not a pushover. Shi Shuiyan said coldly. Tianyan was silent for a while. In fact, he would like to personally visit those sects so as to avoid future trouble. But those sects are too far away, and if someone intrudes into their territory, it's really not easy to deal with. His cultivation is good, but it doesn't mean he can go in and out of these old forces at will. It's better to improve his cultivation first. But there is no good place to improve his cultivation. There are some ordinary demon beasts. Killing them won't give him any experience. Well, if there is something, immediately send us a message, Tianyan said. No matter who it is, I will make them stay here. Well, do you think those old guys will come out whenever they want? They are all about to die. Maybe they are hiding in there. Shi Shuiyan said with a smile. It's getting late. Let's go. Well, unfortunately I can't go in. Sigh. Tianyan shook his head. You have such high cultivation. What are you going to do in there? Shi Shuiyan tapped his forehead and said with a smile. Don't be so sad. There is nothing special in there. She didn't know that what Tianyan is really worried about is his main quest. Well, let's go now. When they came outside the palace, the elders are already ready because there are a lot of extra spots. Second Elder's wish to let her disciple participate in the heavens immersing ancient ruins was finally fulfilled, and this spot is given to her favorite disciple. Without saying much, they all got on the carriage and began to rush towards the direction of the heavens immersing ancient ruins. After a few days of travel, they finally arrived at the location of the heavens immersing ancient ruins. Tianyan can see the endless mountain range from afar. At the foot of the mountain, there are many carriages parked on the side. They gathered in a small group and seem to be discussing something. As they get closer, Tianyan finally saw the true face of the heavens immersing ancient ruins. This heavens immersing ancient ruins is built in the middle of the mountain range. There is a huge gate in the middle of the mountain range. Inside is a huge ancient ruins. Before he even got close, Tianyan felt a very heavy pressure coming towards him, full of majesty. This feeling is like the world has changed. 10,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. This heavens immersing ancient ruins must have existed for a long time. It has always been used as a place for trial. Each force has a fixed quota, and this quota is entered through this token. Without this token, even if one's cultivation is qualified, they can't enter. Chapter 77. When Tianyan and the others got off the carriage, they immediately saw several figures. They are from several forces. Looking up, they are all very good forces, but they are all second-level sect level. Third-level sect will not participate in this matter. The main reason is that they don't care about this heavens immersing ancient ruins. It's too low level. They can easily replace this heavens immersing ancient ruins. For those below second-level sect, this is a piece of fat meat. Their appearance immediately attracted the attention of everyone, and they looked straight at them with strange eyes. The 3 major forces were eradicated by Jade Palace. This kind of power made them a bit shocked. Some are surprised, some are in awe. Jade Palace is only a first-level sect. How can they have such terrifying power? Did those old bastards crawl out? They didn't know that the three major forces were all killed by Tianyan. This news was sealed, and it was sure Xueyun who ordered it. Not many people knew at the beginning, and most of them were close friends, so most of them didn't know that Tianyan is so strong. It's good for them to keep a low profile, so they didn't say anything about Tianyan. After these forces learned about it, they were shocked. They have a sense of fear and awe for Jade Palace. Therefore, they are calm. They believe that after the news spread, those old bastards of Wing sect will have to weigh their own power. Basically, all here are second-level sect. There is no first-level sect. Tianyan glanced at the number of people is not small, according to the power of the sect, to determine the quota. The bigger the force, the more quota. So the number of people added up to at least 30 or 40 people, which is not a small number. But Jade Palace occupied 8 spots. This advantage is even more terrifying. It can be said that among all the forces present, they have the most number of people. It makes them very jealous. From the point of view of cultivation, most of them are around 5th or 6th level of spirit refinement realm. The higher level has reached 7th or 8th level of spirit refinement realm. Some even reached the peak level. They suppressed their cultivation and didn't break through just to wait for the opening of heaven's immersing ancient ruins. Before breaking through to core condensation, it is also a very good choice to practice in heaven's immersing ancient ruins. The most important thing is that they happened to see the opening of the heavens immersing ancient ruins, so they came here to try it out. Yes, our Jade Palace is a bit special. Under normal circumstances, only second-level faction is qualified to enter here. The first elder explained from the side, although we are a first-grade faction, in terms of overall strength, we are already stronger than most second-grade factions. It's just that we don't have enough people. Otherwise, we would have no problem becoming a second-grade force. Tianyan nodded. The biggest difference between Jade Palace and other forces is the number of people, which is related to the implementation of female cultivators. Palace Master, sure, didn't come this time. At this moment, Grand Master Hua Xian of the Heaven and Earth sect walked over. When the other disciples caught sight of him, they could not help but sigh in their hearts. What an elegant and refined man. Not only did he look like he had an elegant demeanor, his friendliness was pretty decent as well. Although it was Tianyan who had the final say on the inside, it was the great elder who was in charge here. So, it's sect leader Hua Huan. Palace leader sure has some matters to attend to, so she can't come here for the time being. I'll be in charge here. So that's how it is. I heard that the 3 major forces attacked Jade Palace, but in the end, they were destroyed. The strength of the old ancestors of your palace is really unfathomable. Sect leader Huan said tentatively. That's right, the strength of our old ancestors is naturally not simple. Great Elder smiled faintly and said, although Jade Palace is a first-grade faction, its foundation over the years is not bad. Her words are half true and half false. She's just putting up a smokescreen to make them think that Jade Palace's foundation is really amazing. She didn't hide anything in her voice. Not far away from the forces heard it. They have long been paying attention here, waiting to hear Great Elder's answer. So that's how it is. Then it's really the misfortune of those 3 forces, provoking Jade Palace. They really overestimate themselves. Sect leader Huan smiled and immediately satirized them, which is equivalent to flattering Jade Palace in disguise. After the exploration, it's almost time for heaven's immersing ancient ruins to open. Boom. All of a sudden, the entire mountain range began to tremble as if an earthquake had occurred. The entire region began to shake. Originally, they wanted to say something, but now there's no more time to discuss. Accompanied by a violent tremor, the door slowly opened. revealing a ray of light. A desolate power surged out from within, causing them to feel a sense of desolation. The gate is ready to open. They all gathered together. Heaven's immersing ancient ruins is ready to open, and they will go in soon. The opening time of Heaven's immersing ancient ruins is fixed. It's every 3 years, and it's fixed in July. If they miss this time, they will have to wait for another 3 years, so they have to gather here in advance. Looking at the scene in front of him, Tianyun felt it's a pity. Originally, he could also go in, but who knows, his cultivation is too high. He can't go in. When the door was completely opened, a layer of light shrouded it. It looked like an invisible door had appeared, blocking their advance. You can go in. Immediately, someone rushed inside with the token, and when passing through the invisible gate, it set off a faint wave. Without this token, they can't go in at all. Soon, they all rushed inside, ready to start the trial. Jade Palace is ready to go in. Tianyun looked at the light curtain. An idea flashed in his mind, and immediately said to Great Elder, "Can you give me the token? Let me try. Can I go in?" In normal times, Tianyun is simply fooling around, but now he is an elder of Jade Palace. "It seems that you still don't want to give up. Then I'll let you try." Great Elder motioned one of the disciples to hand over the token. Tianyun took it and smiled. "Thank you, I'll give it a try." Immediately, he took the token and walked towards the Heaven's immersing ancient ruins. When the Great Elder thought that he would be blocked outside, he stepped in and was not blocked outside. Instead, he walked in without any obstruction, without any restriction. How is this possible? Great Elder was shocked and took a few steps forward, looking at the light curtain in front of him. Tianyun's cultivation is beyond the limit. How can he go in? Immediately, Great Elder stretched out his hand, but his hand was blocked by the light curtain in front of him. He can't go in at all. Strange, this restriction is still there. Great Elder frowned and immediately said to the disciple on the side, "Give me your token, let me try." The disciple didn't say anything and immediately handed over the token. After Great Elder took it, when he touched the light curtain again, he still can't go in. Chapter 78. This is a very unexpected result. No one thought that Tianyun would be able to go in. It's said that cultivators above the spirit refinement realm can't enter, but Tianyun went in without any pressure. He passed through easily. Strange, what's going on? Great Elder retreated, shocked. "Elder, MOU, don't you know that you can't go through with your cultivation?" Sect Master, Huaning's face is strange. Other people's face is even more strange. This is not the first time Great Elder came here. How can she not know the rules? Many people felt that Elder MOU had lost her mind. She had even forgotten about the situation here. "It's okay, I just want to try." Great Elder shook her head. She did not say anything. Although she is shocked, she will not say it out loud. Especially Tianyun going in is not a bad thing, but it is not necessarily a good thing, because his cultivation is too high. The things inside don't mean much to him. After she came down, she gestured to the other disciples. "You all go in, follow Tianyun. Understand." Understood. They all nodded heavily. They are also shocked. As core disciples, they naturally know how high Tianyun's cultivation is. If he can go in with such a high cultivation, it means that after going in, with Tianyun's help, who would dare to touch them? Immediately, they all ran in, but the disciple who gave the token to Tianyun before will not be able to enter the Heaven's immersing ancient ruins. She suddenly felt a little depressed. "Don't worry, we will compensate you after we go back." Great Elder reached out and patted her shoulder, comforting her. The disciple nodded. Even if there is no compensation, she will not say anything. The quota will not be her. If it was not for Tianyun stopping the 3 major forces, she really would not have a chance to participate. Inside the Heaven's immersing ancient ruins, when Tianyun walked in from the outside, He was dumbfounded, not to mention the great elder, and the others don't know. Even he himself is dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Is it a problem with the system or the task? Eteonion thought for a moment it should be like this. After all, the main quest was right there. How could they not let it in? Regardless of whether that was the case or not, it was fine as long as he was able to enter. There was no need to investigate how he got in. Very good. It seems that the main quest can be completed. Eteonion was overjoyed and immediately locked on to the quest target. Heaven's Immersing Ancient Ruins Occupation Quest. Reward: Control of Heaven's Immersing Ancient Ruins. 10. 000 EXP. 10. 000 Crazy Point. Endless Sword Soul Tool. This was a very tempting reward, especially the weapon and control rights. Experience points were not important, but the weapon and control rights were the most important. He immediately turned his attention to the surroundings, observing the Heaven's Immersing Ancient Ruins. Heaven's Immersing Ancient Ruins, just like its name. It wasn't that the sky had really sunk. Instead, he felt a heavy pressure pressing down from the sky. It was as if something was pressing down on his body. Apart from that, it was also a historical site. Cracks had appeared on the surrounding buildings, and several stone pillars had collapsed. The dilapidated ruins seemed to have existed for many years. No matter how heaven-defying it is, it still can't stop the corrosion of time. It still made this once glorious ancient ruins become so dilapidated. In addition to that, there was no bright spot. In addition to the dilapidated buildings, there was no treasure at all. It was just a very empty hall. This Heaven's Immersing Ancient Ruins had been excavated a long time ago, and all the treasures were taken away. They were just short of digging 3 feet into the ground. Therefore, from the very beginning, they had not come here to look for treasures. The concentration of spiritual power here is several times higher than outside. It is an excellent place to cultivate. Obviously, there is a large array here, absorbing the surrounding spiritual power, making the spiritual power here quite rich. Very rich spiritual power, much stronger than outside. Cultivating here for a day is equivalent to cultivating outside for a week. Eteonion nodded. To be able to make such a large array, the creator must not be simple. Elder E, how can you come in? Qin Shui and the others came in from the outside, and when they saw Eteonion, they looked at him strangely. Eteonion shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't know, I just tried to come in. Of course, he won't tell them the real reason. So he just fooled them. They looked at each other. This is too strange. This place has always been restricted to cultivators above spirit, refinement realm, but it didn't work for Eteonion. Are you Eteonion? A person suddenly appeared and looked at Eteonion curiously. What's the matter? Eteonion looked at the person. His cultivation is very strong, reaching the peak of spirit refinement realm. In fact, in the sect, he is already a deacon level, but he still came here for trial. It is really unfair. Looking at his clothes, it is obvious that he is brought by sect Master Huaxian, which means he is from Huatian sect. It's nothing. I just feel a little familiar. Liang Feng looked up and down at Eteonion, touched his chin with a little interest. It's really Eteonion. I thought he is very similar. He is on the wanted list. At this time, another cultivator with cultivation of 9th level spirit refinement realm came over. It is High Heaven Sect's Yong Chenghong. No wonder they know him. They saw him through the wanted list. The reward is really exciting. But now Wind Pavilion has collapsed. Although the wanted list is still there, God knows if it has any effect. The chief pavilion master is dead, and he was killed by Jade Palace. Who would dare to find trouble with Eteonion? What's the problem? Eteonion looked at them lightly. Nothing else. I heard that you are very powerful. You made a big mess in Wind Pavilion, killed Liang Tiancheng, and caused a lot of trouble, and finally Jade Palace helped you solve it." Liang Feng shook his head. His eyes were full of cold light. "Sometimes you have to rely on your own strength, not standing behind a bunch of women." He has always looked down on Yi Tianyun, mainly because he has a good relationship with Wind Pavilion's Liang Tiancheng. He didn't expect this kind of thing to happen. If it weren't for Jade Palace's influence, he would have killed Yi Tianyun a long time ago. "What are you talking about, Yi Zhang? He didn't rely on women to get to this point. Don't talk nonsense. And all the fault is that Liang Tiancheng, not only he slandered me, but he also attacked me." Qin Shui was very angry. She almost exposed the identity of Yi Tianyun. Someone said such things about their elder. Of course they are not happy. Especially in the case of the favorability, everyone in Jade Palace has more than 100 favorability towards Yi Tianyun. So when Yi Tianyun was slandered, they all stood up to speak. "Hey, you just finished speaking and you let a woman speak for you. Can't you say a few words yourself?" Liang Feng looked at Yi Tianyun with eyes full of contempt, but the one who refuted him is a woman, not Yi Tianyun himself. It's not that Yi Tianyun doesn't want to refute, but he simply disdains to refute. In his opinion, Liang Feng and the others were like monkeys jumping around in front of him. He doesn't want to fight. It will only dirty his hands. The most important thing is that he wants to explore this place. He doesn't want to cause any trouble. After all, he is here to complete the main quest, not to mess around with these idiots. "I don't have anything to say to you." Yi Tianyun didn't even look at him. He just turned around and walked inside. Chapter 79. "Aren't you very powerful before? I heard that you single-handedly slaughtered the entire Wind Pavilion, and now you just want to leave? Coward!" Liang Feng said coldly, "You're the coward." Qin Shui shouted at him, "Everything is Wind Pavilion's doing. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know." "Yes, you're the coward. Don't say that our people are cowards. Everything is Wind Pavilion's problem." The other disciples also glared angrily at Liang Feng, feeling that he had gone too far with his words. "Shut up, all of you." Liang Feng roared at them, and his terrifying aura pushed them back a few steps. "I'm not asking you, I'm asking him. If you have the ability, come and fight me. Everything has nothing to do with your sect. He doesn't want to provoke any trouble. Jade Palace is so powerful now, but if he doesn't avenge Liang Tiancheng, he will feel unwilling, so he immediately challenged Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun frowned. This Liang Feng is really looking for trouble. It really makes him feel very uncomfortable. I said, "I'm not interested." Yi Tianyun didn't want to pay attention to him. He turned around and wanted to leave. "I said you're a coward. Everyone said that you single-handedly slaughtered the entire Wind Pavilion, but I think you're just relying on the power of Jade Palace to become so strong. You're just a coward standing in a group of women, a useless man. Sure enough, the rumor is right. You've been relying on Shi Shuyun to stay in Jade Palace, and then you can come here. You have no strength at all. You're just a toy boy." Liang Feng was angry. He has been crazily provoking Yi Tianyun. The people from other sects are gloating. This is really interesting. They want to see how Yi Tianyun will deal with it. Liang Feng's cultivation is not weak. He can be said to be in the top 3 here, enough to do whatever he wants here. "Very well. You succeeded in provoking me. Didn't you want to fight to the death? Can we start now?" Yi Tianyun said coldly. This had already insulted him. If he didn't retaliate, he would really be a coward. "That's good. No problem. Let's start now." Liang Feng was overjoyed. He quickly drew his sword, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. This is a battle of life and death. It has nothing to do with the sect. Kill. He morphed into a sharp ray of light and charged towards Yi Tianyun. He did not expect the trial to turn into a battle of life and death before it even started. Scram! Yi Tianyun's eyes turned cold, and he kicked back at Liang Feng. His speed was quite fast, like a bolt of lightning, and he ruthlessly kicked Liang Feng. With a bang, Liang Feng was sent flying and slammed into the wall. The wall trembled, and a thick layer of dust fell from above. Then, like a deflated balloon, he slid down the wall and stopped moving. Ding successfully killed Liang Feng, gained 9,000 EXP, Jade Heaven Sword, low-grade spirit tool, 900 crazy point. Everyone else stared dumbfoundedly at Liang Feng, who was lying on the ground. A Heavenly Splendor sect disciple quickly rushed over. After inspecting him, he exclaimed, "Dead, dead. Senior brother Liang Feng is dead." Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect that with just one kick, Liang Feng would die. Liang Feng's cultivation is strong, peak of spirit refinement realm, but he died with just one kick. You actually killed senior brother Liang Feng. Our sect leader will not let you go. The disciple of magnificent sect glared at Yi Tianyun. You all saw it just now. He said he wanted to fight to the death with me. Are you going back on your words? Yi Tianyun looked at them coldly. If any of you want to challenge me or insult Jade Palace, I don't mind having a duel to the death with you. After saying this, Yi Tianyun turned and walked inside and turned to Qin Shui and said, "Let's go. We wasted a lot of time here." Qin Shui's beautiful eyes flashed with worship. This is the power of Yi Tianyun, the power of their elder. There is a time limit to enter here. After a certain time limit, the door will close. After the door closes, it will be 3 years before they can go out. Everyone looked at each other. Their heart trembled. This is the power of Yi Tianyun, who said that Yi Tianyun is a coward, a weakling, or is it because of Jade Palace? How strong is he to kill a peak of spirit refinement realm with one kick? Core condensation realm? But that's not right. Cultivators above spirit refinement realm can't come in. But if he is at the peak of spirit refinement realm, can he kill him with one kick? They can't figure it out. But one thing is clear, that is Yi Tianyun really has the ability, and not a bunch of women who live off a woman. When he wanted to go somewhere else, Qin Shui immediately said, "Elder Yi, where are you going?" "Let's walk around and see if there's anything." Yi Tianyun said, There is nothing to search in heaven's immersing ancient ruins. Except for the trial stone tablet in front, there is nothing else." Qin Shui said, awkwardly, "Yi Tianyun certainly knows that there is nothing here. Everything has been dug out. Even a slightly precious stone is probably dug out. He just wants to see if there is anything strange around. After all, he is here to control heaven's immersing ancient ruins to complete the quest. I know, but let me take you in first." Yi Tianyun led them inside. When he stepped into another hall, he saw a huge stone tablet standing in the center. A faint luster appeared on its surface. Around this stone tablet, there are already people meditating, shrouded in a light beam from the stone tablet, seemingly comprehending something. This is the trial stone tablet. The disciples who come in here will meditate here to comprehend this stone tablet, to obtain a unique skill. They are now meditating here, through this trial stone tablet, to comprehend martial arts. According to their own level, they can comprehend different levels of martial arts. So far, the highest level of martial arts comprehended is Earth level. The lowest level is human level martial arts. It can be said that it is equivalent to a big treasure house. If they can comprehend an Earth level martial arts, then they will be rich. One must know that the Earth level martial arts in the second level faction, there will never be more than 3. If they can comprehend one, they can imagine how much contribution they will make. You can comprehend it now. I will walk around first. Yi Tianyun said. They all nodded, immediately came in front of the trial stone tablet. They all meditated. As soon as they meditated, the trial stone tablet transmitted a wave of energy, covering them protecting them from any harm. The highest earth-level martial arts is still useful, at least it can be used as proficiency. Tianyan smiled faintly, but he didn't immediately start meditating. Instead, he decided to walk around first. When he was about to walk around, the magnificent sect disciples who followed behind looked at Tianyan in fear. They did not even dare to look at him. They are all afraid that Tianyan will attack them. If that happens, they will all die here. Although they are a little scared, but they still bite the bullet. After all, this is a rare trial. They can't just waste it. Tianyan just glanced at them, then walked away. As long as they do not provoke him, he is too lazy to care. Although killing can help him level up, it does not mean that he will kill indiscriminately. He is not a bloodthirsty person. Chapter 80. After Tianyan walked around the place, he found that there is nothing here. It's just as they said, there is nothing here except for the trial stone tablet in the middle. Wandering around here was just a waste of time. Shortly after, he returned to the trial stone tablet. Just as he returned, a beam of light disappeared. Accompanying it was a beam of light that descended from the sky, and something fell into the disciple's hands. The disciple excitedly caught the martial arts book. After carefully examining it, he revealed a depressed expression. Mid-grade human-level martial arts, not an earth-level martial arts. He shook his head, feeling that it was a pity. Although the mid-grade human-level martial arts were not bad, they were all here for the earth-level martial arts. If they could not obtain the earth-level martial arts, they would naturally be a little depressed. When he saw Tianyan walking over, he was so scared that he quickly put away the martial arts book and hid to the side. Without the light, it was equivalent to losing protection. It was not unheard of for martial arts to be stolen. If the other party was very strong and the martial arts were stolen, they could only swallow their anger. The most important thing was that they only had one chance. So if their martial arts were stolen, they would return empty-handed. It would be useless even if they came back next year. Everyone only had one chance. After walking out, they would not be able to enter again. This could be seen from the token. After walking in, the token's energy would be exhausted. Only after walking out would it slowly recover. In about a year or two, it would return to its original state. If they could enter and exit at will, they would have taken turns to enter instead of cultivating here. After obtaining the martial arts book, they would either start cultivating or stay here to cultivate. The concentration of spiritual energy here was higher than outside, so they hurriedly cultivated here. This was a very rare opportunity. Tianyan only glanced at him. He was not interested at all and found a place to meditate. The disciple heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, Tianyan was not interested in him. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. After Tianyan sat down to meditate, he was immediately enveloped by a beam of light. Moments later, he felt his consciousness being pulled into the trial stone tablet. Shortly after, he felt that he had entered an illusory realm. He was surrounded by stone tablets that were inserted into the yellow sand. It looked very strange. Each stone tablet had a different content engraved on it. Tianyan walked over and looked at the stone tablets one by one. Heaven Transformation Palm, Heaven Cloud Palm, Phantom Light Palm. When he looked at the stone tablets one by one, he discovered that they were all names of martial arts. They were all offensive martial arts, not movement techniques. The stone tablet only had the name of the martial art. As for what grade it was and what effect it had, it didn't say anything at all. In this way, the selection of a good martial art could only be judged by its name. Before coming here, he already knew a little bit about this heaven's immersing ancient ruins. He came here to choose martial arts. However, After choosing a martial art, the stone tablet would disappear forever and would not appear a second time. Therefore, once an Earth-level martial art was taken away, it would completely disappear. There's no point in remembering the name and coming back to take it. It's completely gone, so there's not much point in remembering it. But Onion wasn't interested in this place. He was more interested in the main quest. From here, how can he control the entire heavens immersing ancient ruins? How can I complete the quest? Onion frowned as he walked along the way. There were too many martial arts in front of him, but he believed that most of them were human-level martial arts. It's not surprising that the strong who created this heavens immersing ancient ruins would have so many human-level martial arts. For a first-grade force, human-level martial arts are good martial arts, but for a high-grade force, it's trash martial arts. After going around in a big circle, he really couldn't find any clues. There was no hint at all. Just looking at the large pile of stone tablets, it's impossible to find anything. Looks like I can only use my trump card. Etienne's eyes flashed and immediately activated Luck Aura. Apart from this, he really can't do anything else. Relying on this, his luck increased by 5 times in an instant. According to his 100 luck points, it's equivalent to 500 times. Of course, luck was not calculated in this way. Previously, his luck value was equivalent to 0, but under the lucky halo, he still had good luck with women and encountered other good things. Everyone has a hidden luck. As for how high it is, it's unknown. But with the bonus of luck points, his luck naturally soared. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so enthusiastic when he saw the quest with Luck Aura. After activating Luck Aura, Onion didn't touch any stone tablet, but walked around randomly to see if there would be any changes. After going around in a big circle, he still didn't see any changes. It's the same as before. There's still a pile of stone tablets, no change at all. Even when he glanced around, some of the stone tablets are the same as before. There is no change. Strange. Even activating Luck Aura doesn't work this time? Onion frowned. Could it be that my luck is not enough? He walked around in a circle and found that there is no point, so he could only turn off Luck Aura. In the end, he can only choose one of the stone tablets, no matter how he walked around here. He can't get out of here. No matter how he ran, he still returned to this area. He can't get out at all. When he chose a stone tablet that looks more pleasing to the eye and was about to touch it, suddenly his hand felt like it was electrocuted and quickly retracted. No, if this is a maze, then these stone tablets are equivalent to the eye of a maze. Onion stood up, squinted his eyes, and glanced at the stone tablets, quickly constructed a cracking map in his mind, and soon locked on the place to crack this formation, the stone tablet in front of him. Onion slapped his thigh and scolded, "Son of a bitch! I was wondering why it is useless. It turned out that I chose this stone tablet before. What a waste of my crazy point." He is very distressed after going around in a big circle and finally found that it is in front of him. He wasted a lot of crazy point. But it's not touch, it's destroy. Then he smashed his fist down on the stone tablet. With a loud bang, the entire stone tablet was smashed into countless pieces. After the stone tablet was broken, the surrounding environment quickly disappeared. Whether it is the yellow sand or the stone tablet, everything disappeared. After a moment, he was in another special environment, blue sea and blue sky, a quiet island. I can really come in by destroying it. It seems that the difficulty is really not small. If I don't crack the maze outside, then I can't come in here. If I don't know, I can only choose the martial arts outside. Onion shook his head. If he chose to touch it, it is estimated that he will really get the martial arts instead of entering here. It seems that even if his luck is good, he knows which is the goal, but if he doesn't complete it according to the rules, it is still meaningless. If it is someone else, they will not destroy it, but touch it, even if his luck is good. He chose the right stone tablet, but not destroy it, but touch it, then it will end in failure. But because of this, maybe he will get the earth-level martial arts. In any case, this is the right stone tablet. Chapter 81. Tianyan looked around. Except for the flowers and trees, there was nothing special. But there was a small path in front of him. He walked along the path, and after walking for a while, a small courtyard came into view. It doesn't look as broken as the outside, but the inside is an illusion, so of course the illusion will not be destroyed, so it can maintain the original state. Although it is not destroyed, the courtyard looks very ordinary. It seems to be built with ordinary wood. Originally, things like illusions can be built at will. It can be as luxurious as you want, but in this place, it is extremely ordinary. But the more ordinary it is, the more problematic it is. True experts would simplify the great Tao. They would focus on simplicity instead of focusing on luxury. He came to the front of the courtyard, reached out and gently knocked on the door. Dong, 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 a few times in this quiet courtyard. It is particularly loud. Come in. A low voice came from inside. Tianyan was surprised. He did not expect that there is really someone here. He just knocked on the door politely. After all, this is someone else's territory. Whether or not they are here, he still needs to test. After that, he gently pushed open the door, and what entered his eyes was a courtyard filled with flowers and plants. An old man sat in a pavilion in the courtyard, and he was drinking by himself. He seemed to be very leisurely. Junior, greet Senior. Tianyan respectfully walked in and respectfully saluted the old man. An expert who can create the heavens, immersing ancient ruins, is definitely not an ordinary person. So, of course, he has to be respectful. The strong will always be respected, so he also has to be respectful. There is no need to be so polite. I am not the owner of this place. The old man smiled and stood up. You are not the owner of this place. Tianyan is startled. He lives here, but he is not the owner of this place. Yes, this old man is just the manager here. You can call me Old Xian. Fated One, please follow me. Elder Xian gestured for him to enter the house. Tianyan nodded his head and followed Elder Xian into the house. There were no other treasures in the house, but there was a memorial tablet on the table with the words Spirit King Xian Tian clearly written on it. The owner of this house was Spirit King Xian Tian. So it's a Spirit King. Tianyan was shocked. A Spirit King was second only to a Holy King. In fact, they were at the Void Spirit stage, and were generally referred to as Spirit Kings. In this continent, he was already in existence that stood at the pinnacle. No wonder he was able to create such a massive historical site. It was not difficult for him to have such strength. This is Master's Memorial Tablet. Elder Xian sighed. Spirit King Xian Tian. He's already... Tianyan was startled. A Spirit King died just like that? Yes, so what if he's a Spirit King? He still can't escape the fate of death. Elder Xian sighed. Tianyan's expression was solemn. He respectfully said, Then this junior will first light an incense stick for Senior to show his respect. Elder Xian gently waved his hand. An incense stick appeared in his hand, and he handed it to Tianyan. Tianyan took the incense stick, came to the front of the memorial tablet, and deeply bowed 3 times. His attitude was dignified and quite respectful. In his heart, he felt that it was a pity that a Spirit King had fallen just like that. After bowing 3 times, he walked over with the incense stick and inserted it into the incense burner. Elder Xian looked at Tianyan, nodded with satisfaction, and then said, Not bad. You have a good temperament and a good character. You are qualified to become Master's successor disciple. Tianyan was startled. He only lit an incense stick. How could he be qualified to become Master's successor disciple? You don't have to be surprised. I just have the qualification. But it's better than the others, who don't even have the qualification. Elder Xian coldly snorted. Not only do they not have the slightest bit of politeness, they are not sincere towards Master. They don't have the slightest bit of respect. They are the type to run away after obtaining the inheritance. They are definitely not trustworthy. You mean to say that there were indeed people who came in before, but due to a problem with their attitude, they did not obtain the inheritance? Yi Tianyan asked doubtfully. That's right, and I even gave them a punishment. Elder Xian said in a low voice, This is my territory. I can feel anyone's sincere respect towards Master. If they do not have such thoughts, then they do not have the qualifications to obtain it. Soon after, Elder Xian smiled at him and said, You don't have to worry, your temperament is not bad. My master has always been very hospitable and attaches great importance to etiquette. You are very suitable. Yi Tianyan could not help but wipe off the cold sweat on his forehead. Luckily, he had corrected his attitude, otherwise he would really be finished. Although he did not know what Elder Xian meant by punishment, but from the current situation, it seems that he will either die or become an idiot. Their souls are connected to the trial stone tablet as long as they hit it hard. Even if they don't die, they will definitely become an idiot. Their bodies are not affected, but they will become an idiot. It seems that sometimes it is important to pay attention to etiquette. Many cultivators rushed in, knocked open the door, and wanted to snatch the treasure. Where is the slightest bit of etiquette? Who would have thought that there would be a test of etiquette to enter? What does Elder Xian want to test? Yi Tianyan asked. If you want to obtain our master's inheritance without a certain level of strength, you will not be able to inherit it. Elder Xian smiled. He has a good impression of Yi Tianyan. The level you want to achieve is very simple. That is to defeat Master. Defeat Master? Yi Tianyan said in a daze. Didn't Spirit King Shen Tian already pass away? How can I compete with him? Of course not the real Master, but the divine sense left by the Master. As long as you defeat this divine sense, you will be qualified to inherit the inheritance. Elder Xian said in a deep voice. If you fail, I will slightly impact your soul, causing this part of your memory to be erased. There will be no problem. Although they welcome many geniuses to complete the inheritance, everything depends on their own strength. If everyone knows the rules, then there will be no difficulty here. No problem. Yi Tianyan nodded. He definitely has no problem. If he can't deal with it, then no one can. The limit here is spirit refinement realm. He is a core condensation realm cultivator. Who can he be afraid of? Well, are you ready now? Elder Xian asked. Yes, Yi Tianyan said. Elder Xian nodded. With a wave of his hand, the courtyard in front of him disappeared, and in front of him is a huge martial arts arena, surrounded by empty space. There is no end to it. Then a young man appeared in front of Yi Tianyan. His eyes were closed when he appeared. He slowly opened his eyes. A bright light burst out from his eyes, as if it can pierce through the world. Chapter 82. When Master was young, he didn't know much, so you don't have to worry about what kind of amazing martial arts Master will use. Old Xian smiled faintly and said, As for Master's cultivation level, it is determined according to your cultivation level. The higher your cultivation level, the higher Master's cultivation level. As long as you defeat Master, you can smoothly become the successor, to be able to defeat Spirit King Shen Tian, who was at the same level as him. Even when he was young, he was not a simple character. I wonder how strong are you now? Old Xian gently raised his hand. A light shrouded Yi Tianyan and began to explore his cultivation level. After a moment of exploration, Old Xian suddenly dumbfounded, shocked. Core condensation stage. Moreover, 7th level core condensation. Although Old Xian is the manager of this place, he is the one in charge of the illusion array. So his ability is not weak, so it is not difficult to explore someone's cultivation level. But after the exploration, he was immediately dumbfounded. 7th level core condensation stage, completely beyond spirit refinement stage. Yes, Junior is at 7th level core condensation stage. I don't know why I can come in. Is this a violation of the rules? Tianyan is a little embarrassed. He doesn't want Old Xian to disqualify him. That would be funny. That's strange. I clearly told you that only core condensation cultivators can come in, but you can come in. Old Xian smiled bitterly. It seems that there's a problem, but since you're here, I can't let you leave. The cultivation limit is so low, mainly because it is very flexible. Even if you repractice other martial arts, it will not waste any time. Therefore, it is set at spirit refinement stage, since you are at core condensation stage. If the inheritance is not suitable for your cultivation, it will be a troublesome thing. Old Xian, you don't have to worry about this problem. I think there is nothing that is not suitable for my cultivation, and I don't need to abolish my previous martial arts. Tianyan has the system. The system is all-inclusive. As long as it is a martial art, it can be used on equipment. All right, no matter what, you will have 2 choices when the time comes. One is to give up, but I will erase your memories. The other is to continue cultivating, but if it doesn't suit your cultivation, I will forcefully cripple your previous cultivation. Elder Xian said solemnly. This was his master's inheritance, so he had to treat it seriously and not casually spread it out. No problem. Tianyan smiled and said, Elder Xian, what is your definition of cultivation? Since you're at 7th level core condensation, then you're still at 7th level core condensation. If you're still at spirit refinement realm, then there's no need for this fight. Old Xian gently waved his hand, and a light enveloped Spirit King Xian Tian. The young Spirit King, Xian Tian's momentum suddenly skyrocketed, soaring all the way to the sky. In Tianyan's eyes, his overall combat strength had started from 0 and had been rising crazily, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, until it reached almost 50,000. It finally stopped. This is already a very scary number. A normal 7th level core condensation cultivator's combat strength is about 40,000. But this Spirit King Xian Tian is worthy to be called a teenager. His combat strength has reached 50,000. Spirit King Xian Tian, teenager 7th level core condensation. Extremely strong physique. A high-grade spirit tool. Combat strength is 50,000. This Spirit King Xian Tian is really not simple. Tianyan's eyes lit up. Using the appraisal, Spirit King Xian Tian's combat strength is really not weak. Of course, for Tianyan, this is nothing. With the buff of the power suit, his combat strength has reached 60,000, which is enough to crush Spirit King Xian Tian. Without the buff of the power suit, his combat strength is also about 50,000, basically the same as Spirit King Xian Tian. And this is because he has the Dragon God's bloodline to strengthen his physique. Previously, he activated the Dragon God's bloodline in his body, which strengthened his physique a lot. From this point, it can be seen that Spirit King Xian Tian's physique is absolutely amazing. The buff of the power suit is 100% strength, but it doesn't mean 100% combat strength. It simply increases Tianyun's strength. If he directly increases all of his strength, it means that his combat strength will explode to 100,000, which is obviously impossible. The power suit is not a divine tool. It can only be equivalent to a spirit tool. You can choose your own weapon. You can also choose the weapon we give you. It's up to you. Old Xian said, but Master doesn't need a weapon. He can only rely on his fists. Only relying on my fists? Then I will also fight with my bare fists to show my respect. Tianyun did not choose any other weapon. He chose to fight with his bare fists. Are you sure? Old Xian said. This is not a simple matter. Master's physique is much stronger than ordinary cultivators. I know you want to show respect, but what is needed here is strength. No problem. I want to use my fists, Yi Tianyun said with a smile. I don't think I can lose to anyone with my fists. Old Xian was silent for a while, then said, Well, as you wish. If you fail, you won't have the chance to challenge. You will be treated as a failure. Okay, Yi Tianyun said with a smile. Seeing Yi Tianyun's determination, Old Xian can only choose to give up, and immediately said, Then let's begin. As soon as his voice fell, Spirit King Xian Tian stomped the ground with all his strength. Boom! Just like a meteorite, every time he stomped the ground, there was a feeling of the earth shaking. A strong sense of oppression rushed towards Yi Tianyun's face. Yi Tianyun's expression was indifferent when Spirit King Xian Tian rushed towards him. He smiled and quickly reached out his hand to meet Spirit King Xian Tian's fist without the slightest fear. Old Xian looked at this scene and shook his head, facing Spirit King Xian Tian's fist head-on. This is not a good method. It should be said that it is a stupid method. Spirit King Xian Tian's forte is his strong physique. Even if he doesn't learn any martial arts, he can still burst out a terrifying power. Bang! With a heavy punch, Yi Tianyun's palm grabbed Spirit King Xian Tian's fist, and a terrifying suction force quickly came from his palm. Absorbing Star's great technique, coupled with the Dark North divine art, a super strong suction force came from his palm, and a steady stream of spiritual energy was drawn out and flowed into Yi Tianyun's body. 1,000 experience points, 1,300 experience points, 1,200 experience points. It is still effective here. I can still absorb EXP. This made Yi Tianyun happy. Immediately activated the crazy EXP mode. Suddenly, the EXP value skyrocketed. 4,000 EXP, 4,400 EXP, 4,800 EXP. A steady stream of EXP, like crazy, flowed into his body. Chapter 83. Spirit King Xian Tian was completely suppressed by Yi Tianyun. Both of his hands were tightly grabbing onto Yi Tianyun's hand. No matter how Yi Tianyun struggled, he couldn't break free. Compared to me, your physique is still a bit lacking. Yi Tianyun smiled. It's undeniable that Spirit King Xian Tian's physique is very strong, but he's even stronger, especially with the buff from the power suit. He was firmly suppressed, unable to move at all. Spirit King Xian Tian didn't give up struggling at all. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly kicked towards Yi Tianyun. A domineering chi burst out from his foot, like a sickle trying to hook Yi Tianyun's body. But the moment he kicked, Yi Tianyun's mouth curved into a smile, immediately grabbed Spirit King Xian Tian's arm, pulled him to the side, and threw him away. But his hand didn't leave the arm that grabbed Spirit King Xian Tian's arm. After dodging the kick, Yi Tianyun pressed Spirit King Xian Tian to the ground. Because of the kick, Spirit King Xian Tian's center of gravity was unstable. Under the pressure of Yi Tianyun, he fell to the ground. Bang! Spirit King Xian Tian fell heavily on the ground, then was suddenly pulled by Yi Tianyun, turned around. His whole body was now facing the ground. Yi Tianyun quickly kneeled on his waist and pressed him to the ground. Strength is good, but in the case of suppressing you, it's nothing. Yi Tianyun smiled, opened his inventory, threw the double EXP pill into his mouth, and his EXP doubled again. In total, his EXP has increased by 6 times. Originally, he thought that he wouldn't get any EXP, so he didn't take the double EXP pill before. But now that he can get EXP, he naturally won't waste it. 6,000 EXP, 6,300 EXP, 7,000 EXP. Spirit King Xian Tian's EXP kept rising like a monster, constantly being absorbed by Yi Tianyun. Maintaining this state, Yi Tianyun kept absorbing EXP like crazy, unable to move at all. From the beginning, Yi Tianyun already planned to do this. He just wanted to see how long Spirit King Xian Tian could be absorbed by him. Old Xian, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. From the very beginning, he was completely suppressed by Spirit King Xian Tian, and in terms of strength, he was even stronger than him. Under this super strong suppression, he couldn't even move a bit. What power! Very few cultivators of the same generation can surpass Master. Elder Xian felt that it was inconceivable, but he didn't stop the duel. This duel could only be considered over if one side lost. Either Yi Tianyun is sent flying or Spirit King Xian Tian is killed. There's only one choice. Spirit King Xian Tian twisted madly, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from Yi Tianyun's suppression. He could only obediently let Yi Tianyun extract his spiritual power, and his body gradually became transparent. Under normal circumstances, Spirit King Xian Tian will only disappear when he is beheaded, but now he is slowly being drained of his spiritual energy and disappearing. Old Xian can feel the whole process. He can feel his master's EXP King Xian Tian's EXP King is slowly being drained. Although this is an illusion, it is also made of EXP King Xian Tian's EXP King. Once EXP King Xian Tian's EXP King Xian Tian's EXP King, this place will collapse. I'd like to see how long you can last. Yi Tianyun smiled. It seems like it will take a long time before he can kill Spirit King Xian Tian. Looking at the EXP constantly increasing, he is naturally very happy. If it was any other 7th level core condensation cultivator, they would have already been sucked dry by him. Spirit King Xian Tian has a lot of EXP in his EXP King's EXP. In this state, Yi Tianyun has been crazily absorbing Spirit King Xian Tian's EXP for a long time, adding up to hundreds of thousands of EXP. He still can't suck Spirit King Xian Tian dry. He looked down at the suppressed Spirit King Xian Tian. He seems to be quite strong. His body is slightly transparent. The key is not only Spirit King Xian Tian has become a little transparent, even the illusion has become a little transparent. What kind of martial art is this? How can you keep absorbing Spirit King Xian Tian? Old Xian finally couldn't help but ask. His face showed a wry smile. If you continue to absorb Spirit King Xian Tian like this place will collapse. Yi Tianyun looked at Old Xian and smiled. No way. This place will collapse so easily. If you continue to absorb Spirit King Xian like this, you will definitely collapse. The heavens immersing ancient ruins has been here for too long. The effect of the spirit gathering array is getting weaker and weaker. The ability to gather Spirit King Xian Tian is getting worse and worse. If you continue to absorb Spirit King Xian Tian like this, you won't be able to absorb Spirit King Xian Tian anymore. This evildoer seems to be addicted to it. Normally, cultivators would just quickly defeat them, but he's actually suppressing Spirit King Xian Tian. It seems like he is addicted to absorbing Spirit King Xian Tian's Spirit King Xian Tian. Of course, Yi Tianyun can't be full. No matter how much Spirit King Xian Tian has, he can absorb it all and convert it into EXP unless he reaches the peak. He can keep absorbing Spirit King Xian Tian. But I didn't even defeat Spirit King Xian Tian. Does this count as defeating him? Yi Tianyun asked. This doesn't count as defeating Master. I can't interfere. You let go of Master, then defeat him. Old Xian said in a pleading tone, if he continues to stay like this, the entire heavens immersing ancient ruins will collapse. Just because it hasn't collapsed now doesn't mean it won't collapse in the future. Old Xian is relying on Spirit King Xian to stay here. If he doesn't have Spirit King Xian Tian, Spirit King Xian Tian, he will disappear. Well, Yi Tianyun smiled and said, let's talk about it later. Old Xian's heart was about to collapse before he thought that Yi Tianyun was very respectful. But now it seems that he is a bit like a rogue. You can't blame him. He finally found a big piece of meat. How can he let it go? Continuously absorbing EXP is much faster than looking for high-level cultivators to kill, At least it saves a lot of trouble. After absorbing for a long time, a pleasing sound finally came. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyun successfully broke through to core condensation stage level 8. Finally leveled up. This process is quite long. Tianyun smacked his lips. Although the absorption speed is not slow, but it requires a lot more EXP. That's why it took so long to absorb. After he leveled up, he saw that the surroundings are more transparent, but it seems that it can still last for a while. Although there are some problems with the spirit gathering array in heaven's immersing ancient ruins, but it is more or less useful. Little friend, have you absorbed enough? Is it not enough? Old Xian looked at Tianyun. He can't help but persuade him. This attitude is no longer that of a superior. It's more like a pleading attitude. If he could intervene, he would definitely judge Tianyun as the winner, instead of watching from the sidelines. Almost, it's just a little bit. It won't collapse so easily. Tianyun smiled. Such a big heavens immersing ancient ruins. How can it collapse so easily? Chapter 84. After listening, Old Xian almost vomited blood. He still wants to absorb more? How long will it take for him to reach the peak? That's enough. Although I don't know what kind of martial arts you practice, but if you absorb too much, your spiritual power will be too impure. It will cause the spiritual power in your body to be unstable. Old Xian began to use his knowledge to persuade Tianyun. Old Xian is right, so I plan to get up in a while. Tianyun smiled. He naturally knows this truth, but it doesn't apply to him. It's just that he thought, it's not easy to catch a big fat piece of meat. If he doesn't absorb more, it'll be a waste. Although he will be able to take control of the heavens, immersing ancient ruins, it doesn't mean that he can move it away. So he needs to absorb as much EXP as possible to improve his cultivation. Well, I hope you can hurry up. Old Xian wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. In the end, after Tianyun absorbed more than 500,000 EXP, he decided to give up. He wanted to absorb a little more until he reaches 9th level core condensation before leaving, or until he reaches peak core condensation. But it seems that if he continues to absorb like this heavens immersing ancient ruins will really collapse. Although this place was built by the Spirit King, but it's been a long time. If he was at his peak, he can keep absorbing like crazy without any problem. It's estimated that the spirit gathering array can replenish it much faster than him. But now it's been a long time. It's already good enough that it still exists. If it weren't for the spirit gathering array, it would have completely collapsed. Almost at the same time, Tianyun bounced up. The suppressed spirit King Xiantian also bounced up. Just as he stood up, he attacked Tianyun. This divine sense can only attack. There is no other communication. Only when it is killed will it disappear. Break for me. Tianyun's eyes narrowed. He swung his fist and punched the spirit King Xiantian, sending him flying. Immediately, he stepped on the ground again. He chased after the Spirit King. Both of his palms combined into a fist. He punched the Spirit King again. Boom! After Spirit King Xiantian was slammed into the ground, his body suffered heavy injuries. There are faint cracks. Tianyun didn't let Spirit King Xiantian go. He punched his body heavily. Spirit King Xiantian didn't even have time to bounce back. He was hit by this heavy punch. Bang! In the end, Spirit King Xiantian turned into countless stars and dissipated in the air. He was completely defeated. Ding! Successfully killed juvenile Spirit King Xiantian, gaining 10,000 EXP, 3,400 crazy point. Spirit King Xiantian, EXP, Spirit King, EXP of Tian, excess, didn't expect. It Tian EXP of this, it XT, Spirit, long done, It's finally over. Tianyun shook his head. He looked at Old Xian and said, Old Xian, did I complete the test? Old Xian shook his head. Seeing that Tianyun finally stopped absorbing, he was relieved. Congratulations on completing the test. You can now obtain Master's inheritance, including the control of heaven's immersing ancient ruins. Tianyun quickly added, yes, as long as you get Master's inheritance, then the control of heaven's immersing ancient ruins will naturally belong to you. Old Xian smiled. Very good, that's what I need. Tianyun smiled. Gaining control of heaven's immersing ancient ruins is equivalent to occupying it, naturally completing the task. Come with me. Although Tianyun continued to absorb spiritual power, making the spiritual power here a little thin, but it doesn't violate any rules. It can only be said that Tianyun's level is very high. This is not a bad thing. In fact, it's a good thing. The stronger the inheritor, the better. Otherwise, how can he be worthy of the inheritance? Immediately, Old Xian waved his hand. The surrounding space changed, and in front of them is the outermost trial stone tablet. It looks exactly the same. But on the surface, it's different. When they looked at the stone tablet before, they couldn't see what was written on it. Now, Tianyun can clearly see what is written on the stone tablet. Xian Tian Divine Tactics. Tianyun saw the title. He felt that it's not that simple, because the master of this place is called Spirit King Xian Tian. Does this mean that by relying on this divine tactics, one can reach Spirit King level? I believe you can see this is the divine tactics that Master has improved countless times. As long as your talent is not weak, then you can continue to cultivate until you reach Spirit King level. Elder Xian immediately added, this is a heaven tier martial art, and it's a middle tier, heaven tier martial art. Unfortunately, I'm at the end of my lifespan, and I'm unable to improve this martial art to a high tier, heaven tier martial art. He sighed deeply, feeling that it's still a pity a high-grade heaven-level martial art can be considered complete. Only then can one reach Saint King level. To be able to create a martial art and cultivate it to Spirit King level is already very amazing. Tianyun knows the difficulty. A martial art needs to be improved many times before it can become extremely perfect and suitable for cultivation. Otherwise, if he were to go berserk, his cultivation would probably be crippled. But a heaven-level martial art is already quite amazing. Even a third-grade force does not have a heaven-level martial art. Only fourth-grade forces have a heaven-level martial art, and they are extremely rare. Yes, the difficulty is not small. So you have to inherit Master's mantle, cultivate this inheritance, and then improve it. Perfect this Xian Tian divine tactics. This is Master's last wish. Old Xian said. Tianyun nodded. I will cultivate this martial art well. If you want to cultivate this martial art, in addition to your talent, you also need to meet a relatively harsh condition. Old Xian solemnly said. What harsh condition? Tianyun asked. Your blood energy must be strong enough, and your body must be strong enough. Old Xian explained. The Xian Tian divine tactics is a martial art that can make one's defense to the extreme, so it needs a huge amount of blood energy to support it. Super strong defense. Invulnerability. From the beginning, you will be in an invincible position. Immediately, Tianyun displayed the dragon god bloodline, the surging blood energy, and strong body shocked Old Xian speechless. Is this okay? Tianyun said indifferently. Old Xian was silent for a while, then said in a low voice, Monster, if you do not meet this condition, you need to strengthen the tempering to be able to cultivate it. Now, Tianyun completely met the standard, even exceeding his expectations. Then let's start now. You start to comprehend this Xian Tian divine tactics. What needs to be tested is your comprehension. When the time came, he would see if he could master it. If he couldn't, he could only say sorry. Of course, you only need to cultivate the first 2 levels. Old Xian said in a low voice. Every martial art has its own characteristics. If it is not compatible, it will be extremely difficult to cultivate. Chapter 85. In the blink of an eye, almost a week had passed. Outside the trial steel, everyone woke up from their meditation contentedly. Although it was only a short week, it was better than cultivating outside for 2 months. They came here for 2 reasons. Other than obtaining martial arts, the other reason was to take advantage of this opportunity to cultivate. With such dense spiritual energy, they naturally could not let it go. Some cultivators had broken through here, which was enough to see that the spiritual energy density was too much of a benefit. But now that they were about to go out, the most important person had not woken up. That person was Tianyun. This made them very shocked. Tianyun had not woken up from his enlightenment and was still shrouded in this light. He had been comprehending for so long, an entire week. The others could come out in less than a quarter of an hour. There was originally nothing inside, just a large pile of stone steels. Then they could come out by relying on luck. It was quite fast, but now Tianyun had stayed inside for a week, which made them dumbfounded. They should say that he was a weirdo. I have already woken up from my seclusion. Why is he still comprehending? Could it be that he has been choosing martial arts inside and hesitating? It is really possible, but this is not worth it. Is it that difficult for him to choose martial arts? What a joke. This is not worth it at all. If this continues, when the door closes, he will be a fool and unable to get out. The other cultivators laughed. They felt that Tianyun was a fool. He had been choosing for so long and had missed the opportunity to cultivate. This was such a good cultivation environment, but he did not come out. Instead, he chose martial arts inside. Wasn't he a fool? This was their general thought, including Qin Shui and the others. They all thought that Tianyun was choosing martial arts inside. All along, many people did not know what martial arts were inside. They did not know that as long as they could break the maze, they could enter the trial. After all, those who failed had already become idiots or died. If they succeeded, they would not have been qualified to enter. This control would have long been taken by others. It's almost time to prepare. Everyone inside, come out. The door is about to close. A shout came from outside the door. They couldn't come in, but their voices could still pass in. Tianyun's situation was very strange, but they didn't want to stay here any longer. When the time came, they would have to wait for 3 years before they could leave. With their abilities, they wouldn't be able to hold on for 3 years. Let alone 3 years. They would die here in a year. For the time being, they couldn't survive by just absorbing spiritual energy without eating or drinking. Such a situation could only be achieved by reaching a higher cultivation base. Senior sister, we are about to go out. Why hasn't Eldery woken up yet? Did something happen? Ling was very anxious. They were about to go out, but their elder still hadn't woken up. Qin Shui frowned and said, I don't know about this, but looking at Elder Yi's situation, he might have really entered a strange state, or he's stuck inside. It's impossible for us to break this light. Now we can only go out and tell Great Elder we can't stay here. The light from Trial Stone Tablet is not something they can break at all. They can only choose to leave. Otherwise, they will be locked up here. Jade Palace will lose even more. There were 7 disciples here, and all of them were talented disciples. This is not heartless, but it's useless to stay here. They finally looked at Tianyun and quickly went out. While going out, they were also vigilant of other sect disciples, whether they will attack them. It turns out that it's superfluous, not to mention that Jade Palace is now in an uproar, saying that Jade Palace is super strong. No one dares to provoke them. Moreover, they all obtained human-level martial art. There is no need to take risks to rob it. When they just went out, a disciple of Hua Tian sect, immediately reported to sect master Hua Huan. Sect master, Liang Feng was killed by Yi Tianyun. What? Sect master Hua Huan was startled, and immediately his eyes burst with killing intent. What happened? Great Elder hurriedly came over, and his heart sank. Sure enough, Yi Tianyun made trouble again. Sect master Hua Huan, you can't blame our people. Your disciple said that he wants to have a life and death duel with our junior brother. Junior brother agreed, and then this situation happened. Qin Shui stood up and said, "This matter, many people saw, including the disciples of other sects. They heard it and saw it. Life and death duel. Life and death has nothing to do with sect." Sect master Hua Huan frowned. Liang Feng is the disciple they focus on training, and he died, just like that. It's a waste of resources. Is that so? Sect master Hua Huan looked at his disciple and said, "Yes, speak louder." Sect master Hua Huan stared at his disciple coldly and said, "Yes." The disciple began to shout, "Waste. Since it's a life and death duel, Liang Feng died. That means he is incompetent." Sect master Hua Huan slapped the disciple, and at the same time said coldly, "Apologize to Jade Palace's great elder." "Yes, sect master." The disciple hurriedly climbed up, covered his swollen face, and said to great elder, "I'm sorry, it's all our senior brother's fault. This has nothing to do with your disciple. I'm sorry, great elder MOU. Sect master Hua Huan apologized. "It's okay." Great elder replied indifferently. She knows that sect master Hua Huan just doesn't want to provoke Jade Palace. If it wasn't for Jade Palace suppressing 3 major forces recently, sect master Hua Huan would never have such a good attitude. Immediately, sect master Hua Huan turned back to his position and began to count the martial arts he obtained. His eyes were full of killing intent. He endured his anger, no matter who was wrong. The disciple he painstakingly trained was killed. How can he not be angry? What's the situation? Where is Elder E? Great Elder looked up and found that the troublemaker is not here. Elder E, he is still meditating in the trial stone tablet. It's been almost a week, and he still hasn't comprehended anything. Qin Shui said worriedly, "If this continues, the gate will close." What did you say?" Great Elder was shocked. Elder E hasn't woken up since he started meditating. This disciple suspects that he is trapped inside. Qin Shui said again, "What the hell is going on? It doesn't make sense. Is he always choosing martial arts?" Great Elder frowned. "But that's not right. Although those martial arts are good, it's not worth wasting so much time to choose. Is he really trapped inside? If he is really trapped inside, then it will be troublesome. There is less than a day left. If this continues, the gate will close, and the next time will be 3 years later." Chapter 86. Heaven's immersing ancient ruins can only be open for a week at most. This is not their regulation. The concentration of spiritual power inside is so high they can't wait for all disciples to stay inside for a while. However, this was not something they could manage. After a week, the door would automatically close. As for why this will happen, they are not very clear. Anyway, at most a week after the time limit, the door will close. So if this continues, Yi Tianyun will be locked inside, and many people gloated over his misfortune. Among them, sect master Hua Huan can't wait for Yi Tianyun to not come out, so he is trapped inside. The situation outside is that this disciple of Jade Palace is too stupid. He is still choosing martial arts. It has been a long time since such an idiot appeared. When it was first opened, there might still be such a situation where one stayed inside and did not come out. After many years, it has not appeared unless he died inside. Otherwise, he will come out. If Yi Tianyun is trapped inside, it is equivalent to a big joke in Jade Palace. A disciple is too greedy, choosing martial arts for too long, leading to death inside. Tianyun continued to comprehend the Xian Tian divine art. To be precise, he didn't comprehend the Xian Tian divine art, but he copied the content of the Xian Tian divine art into the system. The system is frantically reading the data above, but this heaven-level martial art is really not simple, so the reading speed is too slow. I didn't expect the appraisal eye to have this effect, but the speed is a bit slow. The appraisal eye can brand any martial arts into the mind. As long as it is branded in the mind, it is equivalent to directly learning it. But the speed is a bit slow. The data is read bit by bit. It can only be said that the level is too low, although it can be upgraded. But it needs 50,000 crazy point. It is not enough. He can only do it step by step. Finally, it took a lot of time to copy all the martial arts. Ding! Successfully cultivated Xian Tian divine art missing version. At this time, there is one more Xian Tian divine art. There is no conflict. It is like equipping it. There is no difficulty at all. Old Xian, this junior has successfully cultivated it. Tianyun stood up and smiled. Succeeded? So fast? Elder Xian was stunned. He felt that only a week was a very short period of time. The Xian Tian divine art was so profound that it was impossible to cultivate it to the end in one go. Furthermore, each level corresponded to a different level of cultivation, so there was no need for the later levels. If one's cultivation wasn't high enough, one wouldn't be able to use it. Tianyun smiled faintly and said, "Yes, I have already mastered the second level. You mastered the second level so quickly?" Elder Xian's eyes widened. To be able to learn the second level in a short week, he estimated that he would need at least a month to master the second level. "Yes, I've already learned the second level," Tianyun said with certainty. Elder Xian was silent for a moment before he solemnly said, "Then show it to me." He had to confirm it. Tianyun nodded and quickly activated the Xian Tian divine art. Immediately, a layer of strange energy appeared on his body and covered his body like a crystal. After a while, it looked like an invisible armor covering his body. It looked a little transparent, but it released an indestructible aura that made him feel very at ease. It was a feeling that no one could hurt him if he released it. Of course, the Xian Tian divine art was not limited to this. Under this layer of armor, the power of an attack was also greatly increased. After all, it was equivalent to forming an indestructible shield with spiritual power. It was also very painful to hit someone. After looking at it for a while, Elder Xian finally believed that Tianyun had really learned it. He immediately laughed and said, "You have indeed comprehended the second level. It seems that your comprehension is quite high. It only took you a week to complete it. I just put in a little more effort." Tianyun smiled faintly and humbly. "Don't be modest. Based on your previous strength, you were stronger than Master when he was young. It is normal for you to have such comprehension." Elder Xian smiled and said, "Since there is no problem, this Xian Tian divine art is yours. I will impart it to you later and brand it in your memory. Practice it well from now on." Elder Xian pointed at Tianyun's forehead, and a light poured into Tianyun's head. Tianyun immediately felt that there was an extra martial art in his memory, but he had to slowly memorize it to be able to fully memorize it. But he had already memorized all of it before, so there was no need for Elder Xian to do so. "Well, now you are the inheritor of heaven's immersing ancient ruins. You will take over Master's mantle." Elder Xian looked at him and said respectfully, "Greetings, young Master." Ding! Successfully completed heaven's immersing ancient ruins mission. Reward: control of heaven's immersing ancient ruins 100. 000 EXP 100. 000 crazy point, Sword of Infinity, Soul Tool. The reward kept popping up, which made Eteonion secretly happy. He finally completed the main mission. He almost thought that he would not be able to complete it. Immediately, he investigated the Sword of Infinity, and the effect immediately appeared. Sword of Infinity, low-grade soul tool. Invincible, double critical damage. This effect made Eteonion unable to open his eyes. Double critical damage. For a long time, his critical hit rate is relatively low. There is no effect that increases critical hit rate, so the effect is relatively limited. Increasing his luck aura, and luck aura can increase the critical hit rate. If he can get an accessory that increases critical hit rate, it would be even better. Of course, he doesn't need the critical hit damage effect, just the low-grade soul tool is already very scary. Is there anything I need to do now? Eteonion said to Elder Xian. Yes, the former master's biggest wish is to return to the sect to see the situation, but his body is dying, so he can only sit here. Elder Xian sighed and said, the former master hopes that the inheritor can return to the sect to help, if possible, join the former master's sect and become a disciple. Which sect? Eteonion raised his eyebrows. To be able to cultivate such a genius, it must not be a simple force. Heaven's Top Mansion, Elder Xian said solemnly. Heaven's Top Mansion? Eteonion thought for a moment, but he didn't expect it. To be able to cultivate a spirit king, he believed that the force must be strong. Heaven's Top Mansion is a third-level force. First level is the palace, second level is the sect, and third level is the mansion. Mansion is not a family's mansion. The mansion here is quite a large force, gathering the strongest of the strong. But he has never heard of Heaven's Top Mansion. Either it is too far away, or it has declined. It was impossible for a force to maintain its strength forever. There would come a day when it would decline. This was not strange at all. Many forces had declined with the passage of time, so it all depended on their own management. Ding received main quest Strengthen Jade Palace, promote Jade Palace to second level force, Jade Sect, reward, 1 million EXP, enhanced lottery roulette, 1 crazy point, 100,000 crazy point. Chapter 87. It's not easy to promote a faction from first-level faction to second-level faction. First of all, it needs enough strong core condensation cultivators. But Jade Palace meets that requirement. The gap lies in the disciples. Jade Palace's disciples are generally in body refinement realm. The number of spirit refinement realm is very small, and there are very few female cultivators, so the number of spirit refinement realm is even smaller. The key lies here. The number of spirit refinement realm disciples must reach more than 50 to be considered as second-level faction. Core condensation realm cultivators are from here, that is, the backbone of the faction must reach a certain number. There are less than 10 spirit refinement realm disciples in Jade Palace, and there are still 40 more to reach 50. It will take a long time. It requires a lot of financial and material resources. It's not easy to break through. Otherwise, it would have already become a second-level faction. Let me help you. This can only be solved by alchemy. Eteonion touched his chin, but the reward is quite attractive. Not to mention 1 million EXP, there is also an enhanced version of the lottery roulette. What is going on? It seems that after going back, I will be very busy. Eteonion nodded, thinking that the reward is quite satisfactory. Immediately he looked up at Old Xian and asked, "Is there any martial arts here? Does it all belong to me?" "Yes, everything here is already young masters, including those martial arts," Old Xian said. "Then take me to see it," Eteonion said excitedly. "Okay." Immediately they exited the illusion. Eteonion woke up from meditation, and then Old Xian appeared in front of him. But it's not a real entity, but a virtual image. Relying on the array here, Old Xian can still appear here. Rumble! At this time there was a sound outside. Tianyun turned his head and found that the door began to slowly close. This door is closed. I should be able to open it, right? Tianyun asked. Of course, no matter who comes in, there is no problem. Old Xian said. Well, very good. This is absolute control. Everything here is under his control. Then take me there now. Elder Xian nodded. With a wave of his hand, they disappeared from where they were and were teleported into a special space. When he entered this space, Tianyun saw a lot of martial arts piled up here. With a glance, there were quite a few human-level martial arts. There were basically no Earth-level martial arts, only 2. Only these 2 Earth-level martial arts are left. Tianyun was stunned. Yes, all the previous ones have been taken away. Only these human-level martial arts are left. Elder Xian answered truthfully. If one is taken away, there will be one less. There are no rubbings here. All right. Tianyun felt very helpless. Human-level martial arts were not very useful. Earth-level martial arts were the most important. Originally, he thought that he would be able to obtain a pile of Earth-level martial arts, but it seemed like his hopes were dashed. Outside heaven's immersing ancient ruins. Great Elder, what do we do now? The door is already closed. Elder, you won't be able to come out later. Qin Shui was anxious, but there was no way. Tianyun still didn't come out. The Great Elder was also extremely anxious in her heart. She couldn't break this light curtain at all. Could it be that she could only watch as the door closed? Other sects people gloated. Jade Palace lost a genius. It's always a good thing. Looking at Jade Palace being so arrogant recently, this time their disciple was locked in. They suffered a heavy loss. It seems like this is the only way. Great Elder immediately took off the storage ring from her hand, and while the door was not closed, she threw it into the door. This storage ring doesn't store a lot of food, but there are a few medicinal pills. As long as they save a little, it can still be used for a while. During this time, they can only think of a way to save Tianyun. Others shook their heads, thinking that Great Elder Mou is just struggling in vain. 3 years is too long. They don't believe that the food in the storage ring can last for 3 years. Who has nothing to do will prepare food for 3 years. The most important thing is that they really haven't seen anyone come out after 3 years. Even if they prepared food, they still didn't come out. This is the most strange thing. Bang! The door slammed shut. It means that this heaven's immersing ancient ruins experience is over. It also means that Tianyun can't come out. Elder Mou, it's a pity, in the end, he still can't come out. Sect Master Hua Huan comforted, but there is a bit of joy in his eyes. He killed his own disciple. This time, he finally got his retribution. It's okay, we can bear this, Elder Mou said with a sullen face, but in fact, she is very sad. This is a core condensation realm powerhouse and a late-stage powerhouse. How can she not feel sad? Everyone else smiled and immediately returned to the Jade Palace, no longer paying attention to the disciples of Jade Palace. These disciples are not in a hurry to leave, but are silent, all showing a sad expression. After saving Elder E of Jade Palace, he can't get out. Great Elder, can't this door be opened? Qin Shui asked. No, if it could be opened by force, it would have been opened long ago. Elder Mou sighed deeply. She glanced at the door and said, We can only discuss this with the palace master. I don't think it's possible. We can only wait for 3 years. This is the only way. They don't have the strength to forcibly open this heaven's immersing ancient ruins. If they can break it, it would have already been occupied. Why wait until now? Let's go back first. Great Elder Mou signaled them to go back first. It's not safe here. Immediately they all rushed back. Tianyun, who is in heaven's immersing ancient ruins, is not in a hurry to come out. He can control this heaven's immersing ancient ruins, so he can come and go at will, but he is not in a hurry to go out. He is mainly worried about being discovered by others if they see that he can control the door of heaven's immersing ancient ruins. This is not a good thing. This heaven's immersing ancient ruins can be used as the last trump card. If something happens to Jade Palace, he can lead all the disciples of Jade Palace to hide here. Although heaven's immersing ancient ruins is very old, it can withstand the attack of other forces without any pressure. In addition to these martial arts, is there anything else in heaven's immersing ancient ruins? Itianyan asked. Yes, there is a cultivation room, an armory. I will take young master to see it now. Old Xian took him to other places, but this time he can't teleport. He can only teleport to the trial stone tablet. Spirit King Xian Tian's cultivation is amazing, but it doesn't mean that he has so much time to carve a teleportation formation everywhere. It's too much energy. There is no need to waste it. Chapter 88. Yi Tianyun, under the leadership of Old Xian, went to find a lot of weapons, but the grade is not very high. All of them are ordinary iron or spirit tool. There is no soul tool. This is more embarrassing. Just these weapons. Yi Tianyun pointed to the weapons in the arsenal. There are spirit tools and ordinary iron. Because it has been stored here for too long, ordinary iron really became ordinary iron. It is equivalent to a pile of scrap iron. Under the ravages of time, ordinary grade weapons are bound to be damaged. Spirit tools are also inevitable. A lot of them are damaged, although the rest are not damaged, but there is no difference between them and scrap iron. Even if you want to refine it again, it is useless. It has been stored here for too long, don't know how many years. Yes, because there has been no successor. So I haven't come here for a long time. I didn't expect these weapons to be damaged. Old Xian is a little embarrassed. He thought he can give more things to the successor. He did not expect these weapons to be a pile of scrap iron. Well, I can understand that. Yi Tianyun sighed. This can be seen from the situation outside. This ancient site has become a bit dilapidated. The things inside must not be any better. Immediately, Yi Tianyun walked over, in front of Old Xian's shocked eyes. He rolled up a lot of scrap iron. After rolling it up, Yi Tianyun sold the pile of copper and iron in one breath. The crazy point is simply terrible. The damaged spirit tool is worth, at most, dozens of crazy point. Some are even worth more than 10 crazy point, very cheap. Ordinary iron is even more terrible, only a few crazy point. It is really low, but Yi Tianyun doesn't care. He just helped to clean up this pile of scrap iron. There is no point in staying here. Okay, that's about it. Yi Tianyun looked at the empty space, finally feeling a lot better. Immediately, he clicked on the current status bar to see the situation. Player, Yi Tianyun level, 28 8th level core condensation, EXP, 58728 crazy point prestige, 130 points cultivation technique. Dark North Divine Art, Dragon God Secret Art, Xian Tian Divine Art Skills, Absorbing Stars Great Technique, Sky Cloud Steps, Blood Fiend Soaring Sky Weapon, Frost Fist, Scarlet Dagger, Wind Chasing Blade, Blood Fiend Divine Spear, Sword of Endlessness Armor, Snow Wolf Battle Boots, Divine Armor, Shadow Cloak Divine Ability, Crazy Mode, Lucky Halo Bloodline, Dragon God, Bloodline Ornaments, Forging God Hammer, Power Bracelet, Power Ring, Power Belt, Blood Fiend Bracelet all items. 18 recovery pills, 5 double EXP pills, gift pack LV31, HP *1. Bad luck, pill slowly accumulating, crazy point reached 58,000, enough to upgrade the appraisal eye. On this question, he was slightly conflicted. The appraisal eye was not particularly necessary, so he felt a little hesitant. Forget it, let's just level up. There's no point in keeping it now. Yi Tianyun gritted his teeth and used the 50,000 crazy points to upgrade appraisal. Ding, consumed 50. 000 crazy point. Upgrade appraisal. Ding. Successfully upgraded appraisal. Appraisal I added new functions. Memory speed and reading speed doubled, able to inspect more detailed data. Next level requires 50,000 crazy point. Memory speed and reading speed doubled, this is no doubt, so the speed of reading martial arts is faster. But more detailed data, what will it be? Then he used himself to test, and immediately the accurate data appeared. Etianyun, cultivation level 8 core condensation, divine armor, combat strength 61,000. Martial arts, dragon god secret art, Xian Tian divine art, weakness, no weakness. There was an additional function, and that was the ability to report all the martial arts one possessed. Most importantly, there was an additional weakness. Etianyun looked up at Old Xian next to him again to see if he can find more detailed data. Old Xian, cultivation, peak of core condensation stage, intangible, damage nullified, combat power, 83,000 points, martial arts, Xian Tian divine art, flying thunder palm. Weakness, can only be killed by destroying the heavens, immersing ancient ruins formation, otherwise cannot be killed. Kill will get 20,000 EXP, 3,000 crazy point. Possible drop items, Xian Tian divine art, heaven level, flying thunder palm, primeval chaos palm. A lot of things are listed. Even the treasures that can be dropped are listed. Worth it, it's really worth it. Etianyun patted his thigh. Before he thought that the appraisal I is nothing special. After the upgrade, at most the reading speed is a little faster. But now it seems that he was too naive. He didn't expect a lot of functions to be added, not only to detect martial arts, but also to detect weaknesses. In fact, he is very satisfied with these 2 points, especially the weakness, which is very detailed. Now, there is a list of dropped treasures. This is amazing, seeing that the person has a good treasure. He will definitely drop it. No matter how low-key a person is, under his appraisal, everything will be exposed. But whether it will drop or not, it's another matter, but at least he can see what will drop. Previously, he had been vexed over this matter. He did not know if the other party would drop anything. If it was something worthless, he would not even bother activating the lucky halo. Old Xian frowned. He doesn't know what Etianyun is doing. He is laughing like crazy. Did he go crazy when he saw a pile of broken copper and iron? Young master, what's wrong with you? These weapons are not good, but you can go to the cultivation room. It's not bad. Old Xian comforted. Well, take me to the cultivation room. Etianyun stopped laughing. Satisfied, sure enough, things that can be upgraded can't be useless. This 50k crazy point is really worth it. Instead of using it for lottery, it is better to use it to level up. The key is to level up first. Immediately, Old Xian took him to the cultivation room. There is no problem here because there is a spirit gathering formation, so the concentration of spiritual power in these cultivation rooms is extremely high. In addition, the area where heaven's immersing ancient ruins is located is relatively rich in spiritual power. Spirit King Xian Tian will not choose a random place to build a temple. This is definitely a good place, so there is no doubt that there is more spirit gathering formation. It's just that the spirit gathering formation is a bit broken. It needs to be repaired. As long as Etianyun repaired a little, he can't say that it will restore the previous effect, but it will definitely restore a lot of spirit gathering formation. At that time, it can become a very good cultivation place, definitely better than the location where Jade Palace is located. Well, this is also good. Is there any other place? Etianyun asked. These are all hidden places. They really need to dig 3 feet to be able to dig. But this place is not so easy to destroy, so they can't dig. No, this is it. Old Xian said. Chapter 89. When Etianyun felt that it was about time, he came to the door. When he came out, he saw a storage ring on the ground. He picked it up and looked at it carefully. He was surprised. Isn't this the great elder's ring? Suddenly he knew the situation. They all thought that he was trapped inside. so they threw the storage ring in so that he would have something to eat. If he was trapped here for 3 years without food, he would definitely die. But even if he had something to eat, he would still die, because Elder Shen will personally come out to get rid of them within a week. If they did not break this maze and come in to accept the test, the result will be death. Staying here will only waste the spiritual power here, so they prepared a lot of food to stay here to cultivate, but they all died here. Holding the storage ring, Yi Tianyun was very touched. At least they were willing to do this. It's time to go back. Then Yi Tianyun opened the door. Under his control, the door began to slowly open to the side with a rumble sound. It was not difficult to control. With just a thought, he could easily control the environment here, naturally including the door. After opening a gap, he quickly crawled out. After he crawled out, there was no one outside. He purposely stayed in there for a few more days before he came out. If there was someone outside, it would not be a good thing if they saw him coming out. Boom! With a loud sound, the door was completely closed. When Yi Tianyun nodded with satisfaction, suddenly his eyes turned cold. He looked to the side. Who's there? The direction he was looking at was a forest hundreds of meters away from here. From where he looked, there was no one, just a forest. Immediately, his eyes turned cold and quickly disappeared. Immediately, he felt a creepy killing intent shrouding him. His heart sank. He did not expect that after hiding inside for a few days, there was still someone outside, and their cultivation was not weak. It seems that my hunch was right, so I came back and waited for a few days. I didn't expect you to be able to open this door and enter the heavens, immersing ancient ruins at will. I knew you were a bit strange. Normally people don't take too long to choose the trial steel, but you stayed here for a whole week. There must be something special. I didn't expect you to be able to control the heavens, immersing ancient ruins. At this time, a familiar figure appeared from the forest, sneering at Yi Tianyun. Sect Master Hua Ken. When Yi Tianyun saw who it was, he didn't expect it to be sect leader Hua Gong of the Splendid Sect. He really was a schemer. Everyone else thought he was an idiot who would be trapped here forever. He didn't expect to see Yi Tianyun coming out of the heavens, immersing ancient ruins after just 2 days. This means that he will be able to control the heavens, immersing ancient ruins at will. If he gains control, then the heavens, immersing ancient ruins will be his, and all the treasures inside will belong to him. What? Are you surprised to see me? When I saw you coming out, I was even more surprised. But even more surprised. Sect leader Hua Ken smiled happily. Others thought you would be trapped inside, but I don't quite believe that you are stupid enough to choose martial arts for so long. Plus you can kill my disciple. Your cultivation must be at the peak of spirit refinement realm. A peak of spirit refinement realm cultivator. Why would he choose martial arts for so long? I don't think it's possible. It turns out that I'm not wrong. Staying here for so long is not in vain. Now I'll give you a choice. That is, hand over the control of the heavens, immersing ancient ruins, and I'll leave your corpse intact. At the end of his words, his voice became murderous. He has already regarded Yi Tianyun as a corpse. He not only wants to gain control of the heavens, immersing ancient ruins, but he also wants to kill Yi Tianyun to avoid future troubles. Hand over the control of the heavens, immersing ancient ruins, and only leave my corpse intact. Sect leader Hua Ken, it seems that you don't know how to do business. Yi Tianyun's face is indifferent. He doesn't take the murderous aura seriously. I don't know how to do business, but this deal is not up to you to disagree. After I kill you, I'll search your storage ring. Sect leader Hua Ken has long believed that Yi Tianyun's storage ring contains something that controls the heavens, immersing ancient ruins. He doesn't know that killing Yi Tianyun is useless. The one who really controls the heavens, immersing ancient ruins is Old Xian. If Yi Tianyun dies, then he can't open the heavens, immersing ancient ruins. It seems that I can't escape this time. Itianyan smiled lightly. It seems that you're not too stupid. Make a choice. If you don't resist, I can make your death less painful. After killing my disciple, I can let you die a little more comfortably. I'm already very kind to you. To be honest, from the outside, your talent is still very good. At such a young age, you are already at the peak of spirit refinement realm, but in front of me, you can't even withstand a single blow. Sect leader Hua Ken said as he walked towards Itianyan. The pressure gradually increased. He wants to make Itianyan feel more pressure. Sect leader Hua Ken thought that Itianyan's cultivation is only at the peak of spirit refinement realm. This thinking has been fixed. After all, only cultivators with this cultivation can enter the heavens immersing ancient ruins. Then let's give it a try. Detailed data of sect leader Hua Ken appeared in front of Itianyan's eyes. Hua Ken, 6th level of core condensation, wearing a high-grade spirit armor, combat power 40,000. Martial arts learned, heavenly dragon palm, falling rain movement technique. Weakness, attacks the shoulder to confuse the opponent. Items that will drop, heavenly dragon palm, falling rain movement technique. 5 times EXP pill, 100,000 EXP pill, 10,000 to 50,000 gold. Detailed data appeared in front of him. Itianyan's mouth hooked up into a sneer, playing with him as too inexperienced. It seems that you are stubborn. If that's the case, then don't blame me. Sect leader Hua Ken waved his palm. The power of 6th level of core condensation was released. Layers of sandstorm rolled up on the ground. Then a sand dragon appeared on his palm and wrapped around his arm. Just as he was about to attack, an even faster figure rushed over and punched him. Pung! Sect Master Huan was sent flying. He rolled on the ground several times, and a few of his teeth were knocked out. His whole body was stunned. He didn't know what was going on. He just punched him. When he wanted to get up, a figure rushed over, stepped on his head, and said indifferently, "Who is to blame now?" Sect leader Hua Ken glanced at the figure from the corner of his eye. He was shocked. The punch just now shocked him. Just the strength and speed of the figure. He knew that it is far beyond him. Chapter 90. Sect Master Huaxian was stunned on the spot. He never thought that Itianyan's cultivation would be higher than his, and not just by a little. Get lost. Sect Master Huaxian jumped up and raised his leg to kick Itianyan, but Itianyan quickly dodged to the side. Just as Sect Master Huakuan got up, he waved his palm and slammed it towards Yifuqian. The violent force suppressed everything, and even the surrounding sand was swept up, turning it into a sand dragon. This was his famous ultimate skill, the heavenly dragon palm, an earth-level martial art. However, Itianyan's fist was faster than him. Bang! Sect Master Hua Ken was knocked to the ground by Itianyan's fist. Itianyan's fist broke a few of Sect Master Hua Ken's teeth, but Sect Master Hua Ken didn't fall to the ground. It was just a relatively light injury. If he was serious, Sect Master Huaxian would not have been able to get up. His head would have been smashed by a punch. The gap between the two was too big. Itianyan's current battle power was almost 70,000, while Sect Master Huaxuan's was only 40,000. The gap was not small. Who's still stubborn now? Itianyan said indifferently. Sect Master Huaxian was dazed again by the second punch. His eyes were filled with stars, and he could not see the surroundings clearly at all. No, impossible. How can your cultivation be so high? Sect Master Huaxian got up with difficulty. His face was already swollen like a pig's head. After the 2 punches, his teeth were about to fall off, and his voice was a little leaky. There are many things you don't know, and you still want to leave my corpse intact. Now, should I leave your corpse intact, or should you leave mine intact? Itianyan revealed a devilish smile in the eyes of Sect Master Huaxian. This smile was like the smile of a devil, a smile that wanted to drag him into the abyss. Die! The storage ring in Sect Master Hua Huan's hand suddenly flashed, and a black object was thrown towards Yi Tianyun, but Yi Tianyun was already faster than Sect Master Hua Huan. Yi Tianyun pushed Sect Master Hua Huan's hand back and kicked him. Boom! Accompanied by a series of explosions, Sect Master Hua was sent flying and rolled dozens of times. The armor on his body was blasted into smithereens. Fortunately, he had this armor. Otherwise, he would have been blown to pieces. However, his current situation was not much better. He spat out blood as soon as he turned around. His body twitched uncontrollably, and he couldn't stand up at all. I didn't expect you to have hidden weapons. The power is not bad, but it's a pity that your sneak attack speed is a bit slow. Yi Tianyun smiled faintly. He had been keeping an eye on Sect Leader Hua Huan. How could he not notice this minute change? After coughing out a few mouthfuls of blood, Sect Leader Hua Huan raised his head to look at Yi Tianyun and pleaded, "Please let me go. I won't tell anyone about this. It was all my fault before. As long as you let me go, Hua Tian's sect will listen to your orders." Unable to resist, he finally chose to lower his head and beg for mercy. He didn't want to die. He had a bright future ahead of him. He was the sect leader of the Heavenly Splendor sect. If he were to die here, no one would be able to give him a proper burial. Do you think it's useful to beg for mercy now? If I beg for mercy, will you let me go? Yi Tianyun sneered and said, "If you have a bit of backbone, I can still give you a quick death, but now..." The inextinguishable flame in his hand rose up, and he threw it out, enveloping Sect Master Hua Kuan in an instant. Ah! Sect Master Hua Huan cried out tragically as he was burned by the inextinguishable flame. One could only imagine the pain he was in. He kept rolling on the ground, but he didn't even have the strength to roll. He was punched twice by Yi Tianyun and then exploded by his own hidden weapon. How could he get up? Soon, he couldn't struggle anymore. He was completely burned to death by the immortal fire. Ding successfully killed Sect Leader Hua Huan, gained 54,000 EXP, Heavenly Dragon Palm, Earth-level martial art, 100k EXP pill, 3,200 crazy point. It's a pity that he only got Heavenly Dragon Palm and 100k EXP pill. It seems that even if he activated Luck Aura, he can only get a small part of it. Unless he's really lucky, he really can't get anything good. But Heavenly Dragon Palm is equal to Earth-level martial art. What else can he ask for? He immediately took Sect Leader Hua Huan's storage ring. There was a lot of wealth inside, but most of them were medicinal pills and gold. There were also some good quality spirit tools. As for martial arts, it was unlikely that they could be found here. They were all stored within the magnificent sect and could not be carried around. He gently stretched out his hand, and Heaven Dragon Palm appeared in the palm of his hand from the inventory. A thick book of Heaven Dragon Palm appeared in front of him, which means that he can give this martial art to Shi Shuiyun. The only disadvantage is that he can't cultivate it. After cultivating it, the book will disappear, and he can't sell it. If he can sell it after learning it, he can make a profit. I'll leave this martial art to Jade Palace. No, if I cultivate it, won't I expose something? Yi Tianyun frowned, and finally put the martial art back into the inventory and chose to sell it. 8,000 crazy point, worthy of being an Earth-level martial art. Yi Tianyun is very satisfied with the price. He doesn't plan to increase proficiency. Who told him to be so poor? He just spent 500k crazy point, and the remaining crazy point is too little. Immediately he looked at the burnt body of Sect Leader Hua Huan and gently waved his hand. A pile of soil rolled up and covered the body. Although Sect Leader Hua Huan has a grudge against him, he can still bury the body with some soil. Fortunately, it's only Sect Leader Hua Huan. If someone ran away, It would be troublesome. Eteonyon doesn't want to let them know that he can control heaven's immersing ancient ruins. He will only let his aunt know about it. When he goes back, he will definitely talk to Shi Shuiyun and let her arrange for heaven's immersing ancient ruins to be the second stronghold. Compared to Jade Palace, heaven's immersing ancient ruins is much stronger. It's time to go back, in case something happens. Eteonyon looked around and quickly rushed back to Jade Palace. He will go back to improve the strength of Jade Palace and strive to improve the comprehensive strength of Jade Palace to second level in a short period of time. At the same time, on the side of Jade Palace, something strange began to happen. In an instant, the sky turned dark. A black cloud pressed down on them, giving off a depressing feeling. Chapter 91. Black clouds loomed over the city, and a huge pressure came from afar. The elite disciples in Jade Palace came out one after another, and those with low cultivation were arranged to evacuate quickly. They immediately noticed that something was wrong, and immediately arranged to evacuate from the back mountain of Jade Palace. Unless they are surrounded, they can still evacuate smoothly. But not long after the evacuation, someone came back to report. Palace Lord, there is also a strong guard in the back mountain, and they won't let us pass. The deacon, who came back in a hurry, reported. It seems that they are ready to go all out. Shi Shuiyun frowned. Sure enough, the forces that came to Jade Palace are not alone, but in a large group. They are led by a group of old men. They look like the type who stepped into a coffin, but the aura released from their body doesn't look like the type who stepped into a coffin at all. And this is not just one, but 6. The 6 old men have the traces of time on their faces. One by one, deep ravine is carved on their face. The light flashing in their eyes is not as bright as when they were young. They are just hanging on to their last breath. The 6 of them are the old ancestors of 3 forces, and their cultivation is at the peak of core condensation, only 1 step away from spirit core realm. But this step they have been unable to break through. In this state, it can be said that they climbed out of a coffin. If it wasn't for their sect master being killed, they really wouldn't come out of seclusion. This is too painful. Their lifespan is not long. Coming out in this state is undoubtedly a waste of their lifespan. But now they have to come out. The situation is urgent. They have to come out. Their sect master had been killed, but they were hiding in the sect without saying a word. That would be a joke to the world. Moreover, the other party was a woman. In this situation where men were superior to women, how could they swallow this insult? One is at the peak of core condensation. The rest are at the 8th or 9th level of core condensation. Not everyone can reach the peak of core condensation. When reaching core condensation, their lifespan is as long as 400 or 500 years, and looking at their state, their lifespan is almost up. Living for 400 to 500 years was already at the level of an old monster. If he wanted to live longer, he would have to break through to the next level to be able to live longer. A spirit core stage cultivator could live for at least 800 or 900 years, or even 1,000 years, but this cultivation was not easy to break, especially when they were old. Palace Master, what should we do now? Great Elder Mo, you has returned with a dignified face. Jade Palace's disadvantage is too obvious. Without Eteonyon, their strength has plummeted. I was just about to go out and see how I can get Tianyan out, but I didn't expect them to be here so soon. Shi Shuiyun was extremely anxious when she learned that Eteonyon was trapped. She was about to go to the heavens, immersing ancient ruins, but it was too late. These old farts immediately surrounded him, as if they had received some news, and quickly rushed over. Without Eteonyon's strength, it would be much more difficult to deal with these old geezers. Even though the cultivation of these old farts had declined and could not be compared to when they were at their peak, they still possessed great power and could not be underestimated. Palace Master, this time it's all our fault. Great Elder Mo, you felt guilty. It has nothing to do with you. That kid must have done something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed inside for so long. Sure, Shuayun said solemnly. Now, let's focus on this group of old farts. At this time, the 6 old men came over. Each step was so heavy. 6 late-stage core condensation cultivators. Their aura is so strong that it can be imagined. This was really the full strength of their sect, including other elite deacons. They surrounded the place so that not even a drop of water could pass through. With the current situation of Jade Palace, there is no way for them to break out. They will only be ruthlessly suppressed. You kids, it seems that this old man hasn't come out for a long time. Do you think this is your world? Peak core condensation cultivator is the old ancestor of Wing sect. Old ancestor Wen Tian. You killed so many of our people. It seems that this account has to be settled. Next to him is a slightly weaker old man, but he is also at 9th level core condensation. This is the old ancestor of Spirit Sect, Old Ancestor Tian Foam. Yes, we haven't come out for so long. Do you all think that we have completely disappeared? When we were here, you weren't even born yet. The old ancestor of Wind Pavilion is Old Ancestor Feng Yun, also at 9th level core condensation. Their lowest cultivation is at 9th level core condensation. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called old farts. These 3 are the representatives of their respective sects, and they are currently the most senior old ancestor. Several old ancestors spoke one after another. A very oppressive aura came over them, making many people breathless. Is that so, you old farts? Although our Jade Palace is a first-level faction, it doesn't mean that we are weaker than you. At this time, 3 old ancestors came out of Jade Palace. All of them are old women, but they still walk so calmly. They are the old ancestor who has been in seclusion for a long time. Now they are forced to come out of seclusion. Their cultivation is not high, only at 7th level core condensation, but compared to what Wing Sect said before, they are only at 1st level core condensation, which is too exaggerated. They are all at 7th level core condensation. And in this continent, they are also the most powerful characters. So you are not dead yet. It seems that you are really hard to survive. Old ancestor Wen Tian sneered. Now, let's make it clear, you killed so many of our people. Now, I will give you a choice. Either surrender to us, merge with our sects, and become Tao companions with other disciples, or the result is a bloodbath in your Jade Palace. No matter which one they choose, it will end in a tragedy, especially the first one. That would be the ultimate humiliation. Normally they like each other. They can only be called Tao companions. According to the current situation, they can only be called slaves. You want us to be your slaves? Dream on. We would rather fight to the last man than to give you what you want. Old Ancestor Bing Xion's eyes are cold. She absolutely won't give up. Is that so? Then I will massacre your Jade Palace. This is the price you have to pay. Old Ancestor Wen Tian sneered. Do it. At the same time when he shouted to start, it is not on their side, but on the inside of Jade Palace, someone suddenly took action and stabbed at the people on the side. Poochie, a blood rose bloomed in the air, followed by 2, 3. One by one, the disciples were pierced through. The sudden change left many people dumbfounded. Bastard, you traitors! Sure, Shuayun's eyes are cold. Her figure flashed quickly, trying to intercept these traitors, but an old ancestor quickly surrounded her and fiercely slapped her. Bang! Sure, Shuyan was shocked back. She didn't gain the slightest advantage. She followed those traitors back. Generally, there are not many, only 4 or 5 of them. They are all traitors here. Their cultivation is not low. Some even reached spirit refinement realm, and some even entered heaven's immersing ancient ruins. The disciple with a little bit of focused training turned out to be a traitor. This result is really hard to accept. Haha, you didn't expect this, right? Without that brat, do you think you can form any kind of influence? I heard that Brat's cultivation level has reached 9th level of core condensation. He is really monstrous. Old ancestor Wen Tian sneered. Locked in heaven's immersing ancient ruins, I think he can't come out, or he died in there. What else can you do now? They rushed here so quickly. It turns out that there is a traitor here. When they learned that Tianyun can't come out of heaven's immersing ancient ruins, they quickly rushed here. There is no wall that can keep secret, especially now that there is a traitor. So the situation is even more serious. Tianyun's strength is completely exposed, so he can deceive others, but he can't deceive them. It is because of Tianyun that they dare not attack at will. Now that he is gone, they quickly rushed here. God knows what other trump card Tianyun has, so to be cautious, they did not attack. At the same time, Tianyun, who is rushing back, felt a chill in his body. Something is wrong. Strange. Why do I have a bad feeling? Hurry back. Tianyun's eyes are cold, and hurriedly accelerated his running speed. Chapter 92. They don't know how strong Tianyun is, but since he can easily kill so many strong cultivators, then his cultivation is definitely not low. They speculate that Tianyun is at least 9th level core condensation, which is the same level as them. Their cultivation is the same, but in terms of physique, Tianyun is definitely stronger. This is the advantage of being young. They are old bastards, and if they fight for a while, their lifespan will be shortened by a few years. This is definitely not something they want to see. After enduring for so long, they finally heard the excellent news. That is, Tianyun is locked in heaven's immersing ancient ruins. Now that the spy in Jade Palace has returned, it's also to give them a blow, but also to not accidentally hurt them during the war. It's a pity such a monstrous genius is trapped in heaven's immersing ancient ruins. I don't know how he got in, but he is trapped in there, even if he doesn't die. After 3 years, Jade Palace will be gone. Old ancestor Wen Tian smiled and said, "Other people think that Jade Palace has some kind of terrifying trump card. Don't you think I don't know? Except for a few old bastards. Now there is no one left. What do you have to fight against us?" Old ancestor Wen Tian kept attacking them, making them waver, instilling the idea that if they don't surrender, they will die. "I will give you one last chance if you choose to surrender. I will treat you well. If you resist, you will die." Old ancestor Wen Tian glanced at them coldly. They don't have much hope in Shuiyun, but they can convince those disciples with weak cultivation and those who are afraid of death to come over. Those disciples looked at each other, and there is indeed a bit of wavering in their eyes. In the face of 3 major forces, old ancestor, there is no Tianyun. How can they resist? Shuiyun gently closed her eyes and immediately took a deep breath and said, "If you want to surrender, then surrender. I will not blame you." As soon as she said that, many people looked at each other, especially the outer disciples. They basically did not hesitate to retreat. They are outer disciples. They don't have deep feelings for Jade Palace. There is no need for them to sacrifice their lives for Jade Palace. As for the official disciples, many of them were shaken. Should they continue to stay here? Staying here would only lead to death. All they could do was pointless resistance. As long as one wasn't blind, they would be able to see the situation around them. Just the 6 old ancestors were enough to make people tremble. Their strength was several times stronger than before. Some official disciples hesitated, and finally chose to stand up, leave Jade Palace, and come to the opposite camp. The few elders all shook their heads, but did not scold them. Their lives were their own, and they could not do anything about it. "What are you doing? Don't you trust the palace mistress?" At this time, a voice came from the crowd of disciples. The person who spoke first was none other than Jiulingyun, who was brought back by Tianyun. Jiulingyun stood up and pointed at them, her face red. In her opinion, after joining Jade Palace, She shouldn't have left. The elders were shocked. They didn't expect that the first one to stand up was this inconspicuous little girl, as if to defend their dignity, the dignity of their jade palace. The most important thing is that Tianyun brought back, this time in this crisis, she chose to stand up for Jade Palace without any fear. The old ancestor on the opposite side showed a sarcastic expression. Isn't this nonsense? Staying here is courting death. Who wants to die? At this time, someone came over and whispered to old ancestor Wintian, and immediately old ancestor Wintian sneered. Oh, so it's that kid who brought back. No wonder you are willing to speak for Jade Palace. This is the truth. What's the point if you lose your life? Compared to this, I need to defend the dignity of Jade Palace, protect the Jade Palace that young master wants to protect. Even if I die, I will protect Jade Palace. Zhu Lingyun's eyes are full of determination. Her cultivation is not high, but her words are full of momentum. Yes, Jade Palace is not bad to us. I would rather die in battle. I will protect Jade Palace. I have no parents since I was a child. Jade Palace raised me. I will also protect Jade Palace with my life. One by one, they remember that Jade Palace is not bad to them. Since the Palace Lord and the others are not willing to surrender, they are even more unwilling to surrender. One by one, their heart was wavering, but now they immediately become firm. They are driven by Zhou Lingyun. Shi Shuiyun's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. She didn't expect Zhu Lingyun to have this kind of ability. She has some leadership ability. Ha! A group of idiots. I will let you know what is hell. Protect with your life. Bullshit. Old ancestor Wintian laughed. Go, catch them all, especially that girl. I want to see if you are not afraid of death. As soon as the order was given, they all moved. All of them rushed towards Jade Palace. Their killing intent surged towards Tianyun. 6 old ancestor moved at the same time. All of a sudden, Shi Shuiyun and the others immediately pulled out their sword. All of them rushed forward, not daring to relax. 3 old ancestor and Shi Shuiyun are the vanguard, but at most they can resist 4 old ancestor. The other 2 can only rely on the other elders to resist, but the gap between their cultivation is too big. They can't resist for long. Bang! One by one, Jade Palace's disciples were sent flying. They are either seriously injured or fainted. The disciples who came to kill them are merciless. On the other hand, the traitorous disciples were sneering at them from afar. They felt that their choice was the wisest. If they still stayed there, only death awaited them. If not, they would be captured and brought back. At that time, it was unimaginable how they would be treated. The ancestor ordered us to capture you. Little girl, you were quite stubborn just now. When we capture you, let's see if you'll still be so stubborn. The disciple who came over laughed sinisterly. His expression was ferocious, and he looked extremely evil. Zhu Lingyun's face didn't change. She is holding a long sword ready to resist. I'd rather die than let you take me away, Zhu Lingyun said and put the long sword across her neck, ready to commit suicide, but thinking that she will never see Tianyun again. She will never be able to take care of her brother. She can't help but shed tears, but she didn't regret it. She will never regret it. You want to commit suicide? Impossible. The disciple who is at the 4th level of spirit refinement realm rushed over. His speed is faster. He reached out and hit the long sword in Zhou Lingyun's hand, then grabbed her arm. Suddenly, Zhou Lingyun can't move. The cultivation gap between the 2 is too big. She can't resist at all. Let's see you, little girl. How are you going to commit suicide? You look a bit ordinary, but your figure is not bad. The disciple smiled, licked his tongue, and looked at her body. Zhou Lingyun's face is pale. Her mouth moved slightly, ready to bite her tongue to commit suicide. At this moment, a silver light crossed the sky. The disciple was hit by the light and flew out with a bang. The disciple rolled a few times on the ground. there is no more movement. At this time, a tall snow wolf appeared in everyone's sight. This snow wolf is arranged by Itianyan to guard here. His order is very simple, specifically to protect Shi, Shuiyun, and Jiulingyun. If they are in danger, immediately appear to protect them. The appearance of a snow wolf shocked many people. How can there be a demon beast here? And its cultivation is as high as 7th level of core condensation. Howl. The snow wolf looked up to the sky and roared, followed by a dense number of snow wolves. Their cultivation is not high, but it is enough to block some spirit refinement realm or body refinement realm cultivators. At the same time, Itianyan, who was running in the distance, heard the system beep. Ding! Successfully killed Wing Sect Disciple. Gained 2,800 EXP, 600 crazy point, 50 forging proficiency. Itianyan is stunned. Although the snow wolf is far away, but if it kills a demon beast or a human, he will also get EXP. Therefore, he was completely capable of leveling up by staying at home and letting the snow wolf slay the demonic beasts. The most important thing now, of course, is not the EXP, but he knows one thing, that is someone is coming. Those old bastards, they really came. Very good. Then this time I will clear the place. Itianyan looked up. Not far away is already covered with snow. They have reached the range of Jade Palace. Chapter 93. A core condensation stage. Snow wolf appeared in everyone's sight and suddenly shocked a lot of people. Generally speaking, demon beasts don't dare to enter human territory at will. But not only did it come in, but it also brought a group of snow wolves. While he was still in a daze, the snow wolf suddenly pounced on the enemies surrounding Jiulingyun and killed them all in 2 or 3 moves. He showed no mercy at all, simply killing anyone on sight. Yi Tianyun's order is very ruthless. That is, whoever is hostile, they will be killed. Since they are already hostile, what's the point of keeping them alive? Awua! The snow wolf looked up and howled, and countless snow wolves rushed up, but they didn't rush to Jade Palace's disciples, but to the invading enemies. They didn't touch a single hair of Jade Palace. They only attacked the invaders. The snow wolf didn't stop. It rushed in front of Shi Shuiyun and rushed towards Tianfeng Old Ancestor, who repeatedly forced Shi Shuiyun to retreat. Tianfeng Old Ancestor, who originally planned to give Shi Shuiyun a fatal blow, turned his eyes and said angrily, "Beast, get out of here." Tianfeng Old Ancestor swung his sword and cut the snow wolf. Dang! As if he cut a hard iron block, the snow wolf was shocked back, and there was only a faint scar on its body. After the snow wolf's cultivation breakthrough, its fur is much harder than before. As long as it's not too shocking, it can resist. It's a strong meat shield. Roar! The snow wolf stood in front of Shi Shuiyun and grinned at Tianfeng Old Ancestor, full of hostility and killing intent. I didn't expect you to raise a demon beast. I really didn't expect it. Tianfeng Old Ancestor felt numb. This snow wolf's fur is really hard. Tianfeng Old Ancestor and others were shocked. Shi Shuiyun and the others were also shocked. They didn't expect a core condensation level demon beast to come to their rescue. The most important thing is that it has been guarding Shi Shuiyun and Jiulingyun. Could it be Tianyun's demonic beast? Shi Shuiyun was stunned. This was because she saw that Shui Lang was stubbornly guarding her. The other elders were being fiercely attacked, but he didn't care at all. It was as if he was air. He didn't care about him at all. What, Elder Yi's demonic beast? Elder Mou, who had been pushed back, was shaken. He felt that this was inconceivable. Subduing a demonic beast was too difficult, and it was even more impossible for someone with a high cultivation. They didn't know that this snow wolf's cultivation level was just at the body refinement stage, but now it has reached the core condensation stage. When Tianyun first returned, he had snow wolf hide outside and watch for any fish that slipped through the net. Thus, while he was leveling up, Snow Wolf was also constantly gaining experience. That's just my guess. Shi Shuiyun's gaze was complicated. Soon after, she tried shouting, "Snow Wolf, go and help the others." But Snow Wolf didn't move. It just stayed beside Shi Shuiyun. It doesn't listen to her orders, but it doesn't have any hostility towards her. It only listens to Yi Tianyun's orders. It doesn't listen to anyone else, unless Yi Tianyun orders it to listen to someone. It seems that you can't command it. I don't know how you got this Snow Wolf to help you, but even with this Snow Wolf, your Jade Palace can't change the fate of destruction. Old ancestor Tian Feng sneered. Is that so? I feel like you can't change the fate of destruction? A familiar voice, a familiar figure appeared in everyone's sight. His cold eyes swept over them, and murderous intent rose to the sky. Tianyun. When Shi Shuiyun and others saw Yi Tianyun, their heart trembled. They don't know when Yi Tianyun has become the backbone of Jade Palace, the entire Jade Palace can't do without him. His appearance caused many people's hearts to tremble. You are that kid. Didn't you say that you were trapped in heaven's immersing ancient ruins? How can you come out? Old ancestor Wen Tian was shocked. Is this important? Yi Tianyun nodded to Snow Wolf. Kill them all. Start with the weakest. Go. Awua. Snow Wolf immediately rushed to the weakest Snow Wolf. All the summoned Snow Wolves rushed to the weakest Snow Wolf. With just one sentence, all the Snow Wolves immediately changed their attack. This immediately confirmed their guess, that Snow Wolf is Yi Tianyun's demon beast. I didn't expect this Snow Wolf to listen to you, but even if you come back this time, you still can't change the fate of the Jade Palace. Old ancestor, Wen Tian snorted, and immediately signaled two of the old ancestor to give up fighting with Jade Palace Elder and go to kill Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun looked up, and their data appeared in front of him. The highest combat power is old ancestor Wen Tian, but it's only 140,000 combat power. In his eyes, it's not worth mentioning. Is that so? Let's try it. Yi Tianyun's eyes immediately burst with divine light. Dragon God's secret art ignited. His body was instantly covered with dragon scales, and his combat power increased crazily. Activate crazy damage. Quadruple damage. Activate crazy experience. Quadruple experience. Double EXP pill. Take. Double EXP pill. Suddenly exploded his combat power. From the initial 60,000 combat power, it suddenly soared to 210,000 combat power. If not me, then who else? Compared to before, it's tens of thousands of combat power. This is the horror of crazy mode on the original basis, suddenly stacked 4 times. The 10,000 combat power is increased by power bracelet set. Otherwise, it would be 240,000 combat power, which is even more terrifying. Excluding the power bracelet set, that's 50,000 combat power. Quadruple, that's 200,000 combat power, plus 10,000 combat power. That's 210,000 combat power. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions, instantly suppressing everyone, including the old ancestors. A sense of fear surged from the heart, but more was a sense of powerlessness. Under such a terrifying momentum, they immediately felt the gap, an insurmountable gap. This momentum is at the spirit core stage. Their hearts trembled. Yi Tianyun's cultivation has not reached the spirit core stage, but under the quadruple strength, it gave them the feeling of a spirit core stage powerhouse. The next moment, in Yi Tianyun's hand, a blood-red spear appeared. This spear is the soul tool that exploded before. The sky full of evil chi was released from the blood fiend divine spear, constantly spreading to the surroundings. Wherever it goes, it can affect their minds. At this moment, under the bonus of the soul tool, his comprehensive combat power is as high as 230,000. Blood fiend soaring sky. A bloody light flashed in Yi Tianyun's eyes. twisting the blood fiend divine spear in his hand. With a loud bang, with him as the center, a blood fiend rushed to the sky, and immediately he turned into a blood arrow piercing through the sky, aiming at the nearest practitioner, regardless of the level of their cultivation. He pierced through in one fell swoop. Swish, 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 a blood arrow shot out, piercing through one practitioner after another. The practitioner, who was pierced, was stunned, feeling a little cold in his chest. He looked down and found that there was already a bloody hole. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, these practitioners exploded, turned into soaring evil chi, and integrated into the evil chi in this area, becoming even more terrifying. Combined with Earth-level martial arts. Who can stop him? Chapter 94. Ding successfully killed Spirit Sect Disciple. Gained 20,000 EXP, 1,000 Crazy Point. Restore Pill. Ding successfully killed Wings Sect Disciple. Gained 28,000 EXP, 1,300 Crazy Point. Blacksmith Mastery increased by 50. Ding successfully killed Profound Soul Old Ancestor. Gained 110,000 EXP, 288,000 Crazy Point. Soul Subduing Secret Art. Earth Level. Profound Ice Divine Armor. Middle Grade Spirit Tool. Cold Ice Blade. High Grade Spirit Tool. Ding successfully killed. A blood arrow shot out. Several people directly exploded, turned into countless EXP and treasures. The data kept jumping, and the treasures kept falling into the inventory. Unfortunately, there is no Crazy Point double card. Otherwise, he would have more Crazy Point. But double card is too expensive. He can't afford it now. And at the moment, he can't care so much. Kill every enemy he sees. Show no mercy. Since he has been forced to this point, there is no need to show mercy. He left Snow Wolf here, to a large extent, to prevent these old bastards from coming to his door. He doesn't believe that these old bastards will be willing to swallow their anger. And sure enough, they came to his door. If it weren't for the fact that the situation didn't allow him to do so, and that he was afraid that there might be an ambush over there, he would have killed his way to the door long ago to prevent any future troubles. Now take this opportunity to kill all of them. Awua! Snow Wolf is also madly killing around. Countless EXP is constantly pouring in. The most important thing is that it is also leveling up. After killing a lot of cultivators, it ushered in another breakthrough, killing to 8th level core condensation. Its first suddenly became harder. One man and one beast are so crazy killing, they don't need help from Jade Palace. E.T. Onion killed an old ancestor, and a group of talented deacons. Wherever he goes, all of them are killed by him. No one can withstand his blade. Who could resist a cultivator comparable to a spirit core stage cultivator? Quick, stop him. Old ancestor, when Tian shouted loudly, ignoring the old ancestor of Jade Palace, and turned to intercept E.T. Onion. If this continues, they won't be able to kill the old ancestor of Jade Palace. They will be finished. Want to leave? It's not that simple. Old Ancestor Bing Xin coldly snorted. Her withered palms slapped forward, and a burst of cold ice wrapped around it. Get lost! Patriarch when Tian roared in rage as a domineering energy swept out, sending the ice flying. However, the ice continued to surround him. Although it didn't deal any damage to him, it could at least hold him back. The other ancestral patriarchs burst out one after another. Their originally pale faces had a tinge of redness. This was the result of their blood chi, and they knew that this was their best opportunity. As long as they wait for E.T. Onion to finish harvesting everything, then the remaining old ancestors wouldn't be able to do anything. Tianyan, let me help you. Sure, Shuayun's eyes were cold. She quickly dashed forward, waving her sword to block the ancestors, not letting them get close to Tianyan. Tianyan glanced at him, and the two of them smiled at each other. They were already of one mind. Then he stabbed with his long spear. Killing one ancestor with one move was not difficult at all. For a time, screams sounded incessantly. The disciples who betrayed Jade Palace trembled all over. Looking at this scene, they were dumbfounded. The one who said that he had no blood chi and cultivation waste is actually so powerful. Whether it's spirit refinement realm or core condensation realm, Tianyin killed one ancestor with one move without any pause. The same is true for the snow wolf. He killed one ancestor with one bite, and with the snow wolves surrounding him, there is no place to escape. Just relying on one person and one beast, they have already thrown away their armor, but they can't escape. The first ones that Tianyin killed are naturally the ones with low cultivation. If the one with high cultivation tries to stop him, he will naturally fight back without any hesitation. Roar. At this time, suddenly Wing Sek's old ancestor Wen Tian roared. A soul tool, level giant axe appeared in his hand. His power rapidly increased. Blood chi madly surged up. The original old body became young and full of elasticity. This strange change is because he was angry. He stimulated the blood chi buried in his body. The result is that his lifespan is reduced by many years. But now, if they don't stop Tianyin, all the people they brought with them will die. Fuck off. Old ancestor Wen Tian angrily waved the axe to the side. Like a full moon sword light spread out, old ancestor Bing Xian, and the others were shocked flying. They all felt their face turn red, and then vomited blood. Under this wave, they all suffered a lot of injuries. The power of old ancestor level, combined with the power of a soul tool level weapon, the power that erupts out is no small matter. Not only old ancestor Wen Tian, but the other old ancestors also took out their soul tool. Originally, they didn't want to use it. If they want to use the soul tool, they need to consume blood chi. This is undoubtedly reducing their lifespan. As old ancestors, they can still take out a soul tool. After taking out the soul tool, anyone who tries to surround them will be easily sent flying, at least lightly injured. The three strongest old ancestors, with the soul tool in hand, rushed to kill Tianyin. With the support of the soul tool and the stimulation of the blood chi in their body, their combat power has reached 170,000, a terrifying number. If they were a little younger, they would definitely be even more terrifying. Brat, don't be arrogant. Old ancestor Wen Tian roared, waved the chaotic heaven's sacred axe in his hand, and fiercely chopped down at Tianyin. A golden light flashed, as if the space was going to be cut in half. The terrifying light directly locked onto Tianyun's aura, leaving him nowhere to escape. Tianyun's eyes flashed coldly, and he waved the blood fiend divine spear in his hand, aimed at old ancestor Wen Tian, and a towering murderous aura surged out of his body. Coupled with the dragon god secret art, he exerted the dragon god bloodline in his body to the extreme, and a blood-colored divine dragon coiled around his body and the spear. Roar! A dragon roar sounded, as if the blood of the dragon race had merged with the surrounding murderous aura, turning him into a huge blood dragon that soared on the ground. Break! Gently spitting out a word, Tianyin turned into a blood light penetrating through the air. The blade light instantly collapsed, like a punctured bubble. It disappeared as soon as it touched the blade light. This blade light looks very overbearing, but in front of Tianyin, it is so fragile. Boom! In the end, the domineering spear pierced through old ancestor Wen Tian, and then he was sent flying, the chaotic heaven's sacred axe in his hand falling to the ground. After flying for some distance, he landed heavily on the ground and coughed up a mouthful of blood. There was a huge bloody hole in his body, and it was in the position of his heart. His internal organs were directly smashed by the spear, and he had no choice but to die. Chapter 95. Old ancestor Wen Tian was killed by Tianyun's spear. There was a big hole in his chest. His whole body twitched a little. He opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but he was seriously injured. Plus his body is old. He has already reached the point where he can't speak. Immediately, his head tilted, and he died. In addition to dying with his eyes wide open, there is no other movement. Ding successfully killed Old Ancestor when Tion gained 120,000 EXP, 3,000 Crazy Point, obtained Chaotic Heaven Set, Chaotic Heaven Sacred Axe, low-grade Soul Tool, Chaotic Heaven Divine Armor, low-grade Soul Tool, Chaotic Heaven Battle Boots, low-grade Soul Tool. Tianyun looked at the Old Ancestor who surrounded him coldly. Just a look, and they are scared to retreat. The strongest Old Ancestor when Tian was killed by a spear. The rest of the Old Ancestors are not as good as Old Ancestor when Tian. What can they do? The Old Ancestor of Jade Palace gasped. They all saw Tianyun before, a waste without blood chi. Some Old Ancestors are not very happy. After all, this is left by the previous palace lord, and it is against the rules. If it wasn't for Shi Shuiyun protecting Tianyun, she said that if Tianyun is kicked out, she will choose to leave Jade Palace. With this as a threat, many Old Ancestor chose to recognize Tianyun. The position of Palace Lord can't move Shi Shuiyun at all. She would rather leave with Tianyun than stay in Jade Palace. Otherwise, they will really kick Tianyun out. This is already benevolent. If it was someone else, they would have already slapped him to death. Now, the power shown by Tianyun completely suppressed them. It can be said that a spear can leave a hole in their body. Old Ancestor, when Tian was killed in a second, how can they be afraid of him? Elder Mou and the others are also dumbfounded. They haven't seen Tianyun for a while. It seems that Tianyun's cultivation has increased again. How did he cultivate his cultivation? They tried their best, but couldn't improve it, and these Old Ancestors also cultivated their whole life to reach this level. Shi Shuiyun's eyes flickered with excitement. Zhu Lingyun was the same. She blushed when she saw Tianyun. This was her young master. So what if I'm arrogant? Let me see who can be more arrogant than me. After Tianyun said this, he immediately turned into a red light and rushed towards the Old Ancestor. The Old Ancestor was so scared that he wished he had an extra leg. He turned around and ran, but how could his speed compare to Tianyun's? In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of him. The blood fiend divine spear pierced through, easily piercing through his aged body. Ding! Successfully killed Old Ancestor Tianfeng, gained 110,000 EXP, 2,700 Crazy Points, Heavenly Imperial Divine Palm, low-grade Earth level martial art, Rushing Thunder Step, low-grade Earth level martial art, Heaven-Shaking Divine Stone, low-grade Soul Tool. Tianyun's eyes flashed, and he continued to pursue his opponent. No matter how the opponent tried to resist, Tianyun's attack was easily broken by Tianyun. Tianyun's cultivation wasn't low, but after quadrupling his strength, who can stop him? If his cultivation was at first-level core condensation, he wouldn't be able to fight against them. But now it's different. His cultivation was now at level 8 of core condensation stage, which had quadrupled. Coupled with the Dragon God secret art and other top-notch martial arts, the explosive power of his attack was unstoppable. Ding successfully killed. He is like a bloodthirsty demon, crazily harvesting the cultivators around him. The others are also not idle. They are helping to clear the invaders. They don't have the slightest mercy. With a slash of the blade, a life is gone. Outside of Jade Palace, the ground has been stained with a layer of blood. The ground is full of blood smell. But the only one who looks like a demon is Tianyun. His whole body is releasing bloody evil chi, like a demon climbing out of the abyss, devouring everything. We surrender, we surrender. 5 of the 6 Old Ancestor who came here were killed. The remaining one hurriedly retreated, looked at Tianyun in horror, and said, we retreat, we retreat. We will never step into Jade Palace again. What's the use of surrendering now? When you forced us, didn't you think of letting us go? old ancestor Bing Xin, and the others glared at this old ancestor and pounced on him, wanting to kill this old ancestor. Let me. Yi Tianyun's eyes are cold. The blood-fiend divine spear flashed. The power instantly increased to the peak, as if poking a piece of paper, easily pierced. Ah, the patriarch let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying. He lay on the ground, twitched his body, and then breathed no more. Looking at the old ancestor lying on the ground, Yi Tianyun nodded. He can't let old ancestor Bing Xin kill this elite monster. It's too wasteful. This is EXP. This is a treasure. Ding successfully killed heaven-burning old ancestor. Gained 100,000 EXP, 2500 crazy point, burning heaven secret art, low-grade earth level martial art, wind fire palm, low-grade earth level martial art. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Tianyun, successfully broke through to 9th level core condensation. Finally, after killing 6 old ancestor, plus a lot of deacons and elders, Yi Tianyun's cultivation finally rose to 9th level core condensation. Now he needs too much EXP, although he has more than 100,000 EXP. Even so, he still needs to kill a dozen or 20 to reach the required EXP to level up. The higher the level, the harder it is to level up. This is inevitable. And now he still needs to kill a dozen or 20, otherwise he would need more. Kill. Yi Tianyun put away the blood-fiend divine spear and changed to Frost Fist. The murderous aura suddenly disappeared. The surrounding pressure suddenly disappeared. Soon after, a streak of frost fell from the sky, and with a bang, many people were frozen. This Frost Fist can't cause any damage to the 6 old ancestor, so he immediately used his soul tool. Now that the 6 old ancestor are killed, he will use Frost Fist. He needs to practice proficiency. Don't even think about leaving. Absorbing stars, great technique. Yi Tianyun raised his hand. Under his terrifying suction force, several people around him were fiercely sucked over, sticking to his palm. The spiritual energy in their bodies was continuously extracted and turned into rich experience. If he extracted the spiritual power of the 6 old ancestor at will, he will definitely get a lot of EXP, definitely more EXP than killing them. He gets EXP when he absorbs and EXP when he kills under the double superposition. He will level up even faster. Under the reasonable elimination of many people, most of the old ancestor was finally cleared. All the elites brought by the 3 major forces were completely eliminated. The rest are estimated to be some outer disciples, and there are also ordinary disciples staying in the sect. Chapter 96. Looking at the pile of corpses in front of them, some of them didn't experience this kind of killing. They can't bear to look at this side. Some of them vomited. The smell of blood was too strong. The blood that flowed out from the corpses dyed the snow-covered ground red. Those who have experienced this kind of battle are still calm. This is normal for them. The weak are prey to the strong. If they don't resist, they will die. It's finally over. Yi Tianyun looked at the pile of corpses in front of him. His eyes are cold. There is no trace of pity. If he showed even the slightest bit of mercy, he would only bring death upon himself. This is mercy to the enemy. It is equal to cruelty to himself. Immediately, the disciples of Jade Palace began to clean up these corpses and roll up the spoils of war. But now there is a big problem. That is the disciples who chose to surrender. Now, they don't know what to do. But one thing can be known. They regret it. They didn't expect Jade Palace to be so strong. Now, they don't know what to do with them. Will they kill them or choose to let them go? At least those traitors have been beheaded on the spot. No mercy at all. When they rebelled, they were doomed to die. Palace Lord, what should we do with them? Elder Mo, you looked at Shi Shuayun and asked, let them go. There is no reason to keep them. After all, they did nothing wrong. They just chose their own way of survival. Shi Shuayun waved her hand. indicating that they can leave. Thank you, Palace Lord. After they were pardoned, they knelt down, kowtowed to Eteonyun, and quickly fled. It is impossible for them to continue to stay in Jade Palace, and in the future, Jade Palace will not take them in. Sure, Shuayun didn't blame them. It's just a good time to get rid of a group of disloyal disciples. The remaining disciples are worthy of training. Tianyun, if it wasn't for you this time. Sure, Shuayun just wanted to thank her. Tianyun reached out and covered her mouth. To be honest, according to my previous temperament, everything I do is for Aunt. In fact, what happens to Jade Palace has nothing to do with me. It just so happens that I am now an elder of Jade Palace, so naturally I have a part in Jade Palace. Protecting Jade Palace is my duty. Tianyun's words were filled with righteousness, causing many disciples to look over, feeling extremely touched. Elder E, you're so cool. We'll listen to you from now on. That's right, Elder E, you were too amazing just now. It's great that you can become our elder. From now on, we'll do whatever Elder E asks us to do. They all crowded around him, their cheeks like flowers, and their eyes were filled with admiration. Ding! Completed protection achievement. Obtained permanent title guardian. Wearing it will permanently double your defense. Tianyun was startled. The sudden message gave him a fright. He didn't expect there to be an achievement system. After protecting so many people of Jade Palace, he successfully got the title guardian. The key is that he can get double the defense power. This was astonishing. The effects were so heaven-defying, doubling one's defensive strength. What kind of concept was that? He investigated the title guardian and immediately showed the detailed information. Guardian title, double the defense power. Protect companions with more than 100 favorability points in a crisis for 500 people. He immediately knew what was going on with this condition. He protected them once before, but their favorability with Tianyun didn't exceed 100, so this achievement couldn't be completed. Now it's different. In the case of favorability breaking 100, he saved them in this crisis and completed the achievement quest at once. I can't see the achievement quest here, but I believe the conditions must be very harsh. Tianyun also wanted to see if there are other achievement quests, but he can't see them here. After all, seeing the amazing effect of the Guardian title, he can imagine that the title he gets in the future will bring even more amazing effect. Tianyun is so popular, the old ancestor is embarrassed. Now, Tianyun's cultivation is higher than them, and the most important thing is that they were very angry at the beginning and wanted to drive Tianyun out. The three old ancestors looked at each other, and old ancestor Bing Xen walked out and said embarrassedly that, Elder E, I'm sorry, we shouldn't have treated you like this. I hope you can forgive us for our previous mistakes. The three of them are willing to bow their heads and apologize for what they did in the past. It's not easy for them to apologize at their age. I don't care about the past, not now, not in the future. I only listen to my aunt's orders. There is no need for the rest. Tianyun's words are still so straightforward. It's impossible to erase the past so easily. He still clearly remembers the days when he and Sure Shuayun were dependent on each other. Everyone looked at him with disdain. Since he was asked to be an elder by Sure Shuayun, he will fulfill his duty and protect Jade Palace. Of course, the most important thing is to protect Sure Shuayun and Jiulingyun. Otherwise, he ordered Snow Wolf to protect the entire Jade Palace, not just the two of them. He is so biased, so selfish. Not only women hold grudges, but men also hold grudges. If it weren't for his strong cultivation, he believed that they would never bow their heads. They would still look at him with disdain. They are embarrassed, but at least Tianyun didn't turn around and leave. How can you talk to your elders like that? Sure Shuayun gently knocked on his head and smiled, but I like it. When the old ancestors thought that Sure Shuayun will help them, It seems that they were wrong. She would rather leave Jade Palace to protect Tianyun. So what respect for elders is nothing. She was born a rebel, but she rebelled for her loved ones. The other 3 elders showed a bit of a wry smile, but they can't say anything. Now that Tianyun is so strong, they should call him senior, even if he is much younger than them. It's enough that his cultivation is higher than them. This is the rule of the master. Those with strong cultivation have to call him senior. The same goes for the 3 old ancestors. Well, let's hurry up and clean up this place. After a while, we will visit them in person and uproot the 3 forces. Sure, Shuayun's eyes are cold and murderous. Chapter 97. Tianyun doesn't need to participate in the rest of the cleaning work, but he can send Snow Wolf to help, so he can stay in Jade Palace. The rest of the finishing work is not very difficult. It is to seize all the assets of the 3 forces and put them into the property of Jade Palace. If left there, it will only be left there or taken away by those disciples. So they will immediately send people to sweep the place. This process is not difficult, so Shi Shuayun and the others quickly sent people to sweep the place. Tianyun stayed in Jade Palace, resting leisurely, counting the spoils of war. Because he killed a lot of old ancestors, so the things that dropped are excellent. For example, martial arts are earth level, weapons are soul tool level. Sure enough, killing this kind of super elite monster, the drop rate is amazing, which makes him feel satisfied. Old ancestor level drop rate is high, but I want so many earth level martial arts and weapons. They are useless. I will sell them all. Tianyun didn't keep them. He only has a pair of hands. He kept some that are very good. The rest are sold or integrated into weapons to enhance his frost fist. What dropped can never be upgraded. The effect is relatively limited. It is not a heaven-defying level weapon, so he either sell it or buy it and integrate it into weapons to enhance his frost fist. This is the most difficult thing for him. The crazy point is relatively small, whether to sell it to upgrade or integrate it to upgrade. This is a difficult decision. Soul, tool level, and earth level martial arts. The price is almost 10,000 crazy point. This is not a small number. There are not so many old ancestors for me to kill. It is really difficult to earn. Tianyun shook his head. Crazy point can only be obtained by doing quests, killing monsters, and then selling things. In this area, there are very few strong monsters, so it is much more difficult to earn crazy point. After hesitating, he finally decided to upgrade Frost Fist first. This is a freezing divine tool. If the grade cannot be upgraded, it will be a waste. First upgrade this weapon. Try to insert the soul tool level into it, and see. Tianyun tried to insert all the spirit tools that he obtained before. Do you want to fuse the frost blade into the frost fist? Yes. Ding. Integration successful, plus 3,000 proficiency. Increase so much, but it is also normal. This is an upper grade spirit tool. Increase so much in one go. Merge again. Well, Tianyun fused all the spirit tools he had obtained before, including the old spirit tool that he had on him before. All of them were fused together. Finally, there was a pleasant voice. Ding. Successfully upgraded Frost Fist to medium grade spiritual weapon. Next level requires 30,000 proficiency points. Attack range increased to 500 meters. Tianyun slapped his thigh. It really is worth it. Just as he was about to continue fusing, he suddenly thought of something. He slapped his head and shouted, "Am I stupid? I can forge my own weapon and try it out. Come to think of it, I've never tried it before. What will the price be if I forge my own weapon and sell it to the system?" Then he immediately refined a superior grade spiritual weapon and placed it in his inventory. Like before, there was an option to sell it. Do you want to sell the upper grade spirit sword? The price is 1,000 crazy points. High grade spirit tool is only 1,000 crazy point, but it's good At least it's better than the one I got from Lottery Draw, which only sells for a few hundred points. Most importantly, I can refine it. Tianyun's eyes lit up. He had been too busy previously, so he hadn't thought about these things. Only now did he remember that he could do this. I'm not selling. Let's upgrade this Frost Fist first. Do you want to fuse the high-grade Spirit Sword into the Frost Fist? Yes. Ding! Successfully integrated into Frost Fist, increasing 1,000 proficiency. Since the Frost Fist was successfully upgraded to a middle-grade spirit weapon, the proficiency gained was much less. However, this was still acceptable. In any case, it was enough for him to be able to forge upper-grade spiritual weapons. Then, he continued to stuff all the spirit artifacts that he didn't need into the game and madly increased his proficiency. Ding! Successfully upgraded the Frost Fist to a high-grade spiritual weapon. The freezing effect has been doubled, and the freezing range has been increased to 600 meters. The next level requires 50,000 proficiency points. Cool! Tianyun exclaimed. He must at least upgrade it to a soul tool, otherwise the effect would be limited. Fuse again. Then he madly fused it, even throwing in a soul tool. When he learned that the thing he refined can be sold, and the price is not low, he was very willing to throw in the fusion to increase proficiency. This thing is more difficult to increase proficiency. It takes a lot of practice to increase proficiency. If punching the air can increase proficiency, he would have already upgraded the Frost Fist. Of course, the result is not like this. Only when he attacks the real enemy can he increase proficiency. Ding! Successfully upgraded the Frost Fist to a low-grade spiritual weapon. The freezing effect has been quadrupled. The freezing range has been increased to 1 kilometer. The attack has been carried with the freezing domain. The speed within 2 meters is super slow. The next level requires 200,000 proficiency points. When successfully upgraded to a soul tool, the effect has been doubled, and several more attributes have been added, which really made Tianyun exclaim. It's just that the next level requires more proficiency points. Weapons are relatively easy to upgrade, but martial arts are more difficult to upgrade. Tianyun frowned. The Dark North Divine art requires 100,000 proficiency points at the beginning. It's crazy. Forget it. Upgrade it. It's useless to sell it for crazy points. This time Tianyun is much more straightforward. He will not be as entangled as before. The Earth-level martial arts, including soul-calming secret art that he obtained from killing the old ancestor, were stuffed in. Ding! Successfully integrated soul-calming secret art, Dark North Divine art gained 20,000 proficiency points. Ding! Successfully integrated. Tianyun entered the crazy fusion state again. When almost all the Earth-level martial arts were stuffed in, he finally upgraded these 2 Earth-level martial arts from low-grade Earth-level martial arts to middle-grade Earth-level martial arts in one go. It's not like before, from human-level martial arts to Earth-level martial arts in one go. That is, from Earth-level martial arts to Heaven-level martial arts, but upgraded to middle-grade Earth-level martial arts first. Successfully upgraded Dark North Divine art to middle-grade Earth-level martial arts. The throughput has been doubled. The next level requires 300,000 proficiency points. Successfully upgraded Absorbing Star's Great Technique to middle-grade Earth-level martial arts. The absorption rate has been increased by 4 times. The next level requires 200,000 proficiency points. Both were upgraded to middle-grade Earth-level martial arts, among which the Absorbing Star's Great Technique required relatively low proficiency points. In essence, it is worse than Dark North Divine art, and it is an extended version of Dark North Divine art. Of course, the proficiency required is lower.